Okay, and the stream is starting. Hello, people.
Streaming already?
Hello, people watching later, I guess.
Welcome. This is Sleepy Wizard James Mason and entirely too warm rabbit Mary.
I'm not even very sleepy.
You were just yawning.
Okay. I'm okay, I like slept a lot yesterday and tried to sleep like through last night and like, well, I sort of fell asleep like 6-ish and like woke up around 12 and like tried to get back to sleep then, but it wasn't working.
Yeah, James, I have my own sleep problems, so I completely get you. I wish I had any advice for fixing it. Oh. Alright. Gunshore streaming, so I'll skip them. Oh, beat me to that one, so...
Keep putting it in the wrong channel.
Yeah.
God, I'm yawning a lot.
Yeah, you really are. You know...
Okay, oh wait. You like put it on Tumblr.
Yeah.
Alright.
Burrows.
Did a bit of grinding off screen.
Yeah.
Mostly for money.
James, was it last time you came back when I did a bit of grinding off stream and half your guys were level 90? Oh no, level 99, you maxed them out.
Unfortunately, I couldn't
It's your pleasure.
finish that one quest. For
I'll register that as...
oh more quests.
You've got business. It's open we both see each other alive again.
Death on wings. Angel of Death is coming. It's God forsaking this world. Place called Ikebukuro, even though it's only a crater now.
Yeah.
Is that in the guide? Huh. Doesn't mention it. Maybe this one? Yeah, this one mentions it. You have ice? No. Yes. No. And no. You have ice. You're fire.
Amaterasu.
Yep.
Ringo.
You also have ice.
Yeah. But yeah, I made homemade pizza for dinner tonight and it was delicious, but I kind of regret making it because we're in the middle of another heat wave.
Mood.
Yeah. But since the only other thing I actually ate today was like pork cabanos I had in the fridge, yeah. It's like dried sausage, basically. Admittedly, delicious snack, but...
Oh no, no, that's not the place I'm supposed to go. Just haven't been getting anything from these,
Yeah.
so I can't continue that quest.
This little guy's skittering around. Yeah, he's just waiting on random drops now.
What's more is I think the game won't give me any until a certain point when the game says that I know what they are.
Yeah.
Both of the guides just says to kill them.
Yeah, but then it'll be guides. People don't realize you have to do something else before you kill them.
Activate. We're here. Watch.
Burrows.
Oh, another one.
Yeah.
just me, or is the game even quieter than it usually is?
Kind of, yeah.
Turned it up to 25.
Honestly, you should have it turned down quite a bit in the first place.
Yeah. Is there anyone in the chat?
Not that I've seen yet. Anyone in the chat give us a hell yeah? Nobody says hell yeah. Oh.
Not bad.
Yeah, there's hell.
No. Girl boss.
Hmm. Maybe I gotta fight it outside. Yeah, it waits outdoors. Okay. In external Tokyo.
Burrows.
Spectre! Power punch! Bam, bam, bam! Not sure if I'm ever gonna be able to play that game on stream. Silhouette Mirage, that was it. That's the name.
Oh, that's yeah.
There's the boss. Wait.
Be careful.
No.
Floating there.
One
Still
guy.
hand smirks. It's like the head she's holding in her hands.
Not a problem. Yep, that's done. Oh, now we
Looks
got
like
some
your
cool
collectathon is going well.
bonuses.
Yeah.
Meowdy.
Howdy.
Sorry for being late, man. I hope everything's going well.
It's going fine.
Love these little bugs scooting around. Oh, that pizza Mary posted in server looks so good.
Yeah. Listen,
That's pity you.
10 out of 10 pizza, except for the fact that I made it in the middle of a heat wave and now I'm regretting that.
Oh no.
Yeah. I needed to make some kind of thing, and I thought, you know what, sure.
Yeah. God, that looks so good.
Should have made ice cream.
What are these dinosaurs?
They're... hold on.
Canoblitis.
Huh.
Legendary creature of Ethiopia, said to the body of a caped buffalo, scales on its back and head of a wild boar, which always points downward because of its weight. Oh, it's a Pliny the Elder one. Of course, it isn't a real thing that exists. Pliny had... Pliny? How do you even say that? I've only ever seen it written, now that I think about it. He had some weird ideas about what animals existed in the world.
God.
And it's like, nobody else knew enough about what happened in other countries to really dispute him.
God. I just, that reminds me of just, you know, the myth of the unicorn, and then, great, I forgot his name. Magellan? Magellan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of just like going to Africa and like, oh, like, you know, he describing what a unicorn looks like. And people are like, oh yeah, no, we've seen that here. They're like, oh, what?
Yeah.
No way. And then he sees a rhino. And he
Yeah,
gets so
and he's
pissed
like,
off.
wow, mind's blown.
He's just so. I remember the description of like he was so pissed off. He's like, man, this is ugly. Unicorn's supposed to be like beautiful and pure. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, get out of here! Just like so angry. He's like, oh, you have unicorns? It's a big
There are
rhino.
unicorns in the fantasy world, but they kinda suck.
God.
Fine jerk face.
I was trying to get a quest.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, I guess real quick, while I still have this train of thought, I remember there was like a Chinese emperor, I forget his name, but like, he also visited, you know, around Africa, and like, you know, there's the Kirins, which are kind of like a horse with scales and has like two horns, sort of deal, but then he saw like a giraffe, and he's like, no, that's close enough, yeah, and
That's
like,
enough.
and bought like a few of them, or like a dozen of them or something, and be like, oh, I have this cool mythical like beast that, you know, gives good look and everything. Look how great I am.
And
It's
they're like,
like,
what the hell is that?
yeah, because like the art of it, you know, if you ever seen Monster Hunter, the Kirin in that, it's like, yeah, that's basically what, you know, they're normally depicted
man,
as.
That's why there's a character called Kieran G. Rath in a series that some friends are watching. It's not a series you would have heard of. It's a weird, obscure Japanese webtoon that, like, does not have an English translation anywhere. It's called Yoluminati, and it's like awful like college students investigating like SCPs more or less.
I'll aid you.
It's
Yeah.
like urban legends and stuff, and there's a character in it called Kieran Giraffe, who is of course an anthropomorphized giraffe. There's also a really cute like dinosaur girl who like the joke is, oh, she was born a boy, but it's like they accidentally like gave her a really like heartfelt backstory that is like, oh, this is really trans-coded. What?
Oh,
Like, it's genuinely like heartbreaking, and then it's like her learning to be herself and falling in love with the giraffe guy who taught her that. And it's like, okay, like, didn't expect to actually cry in this show. I'm gonna see if I can find Kieran Giraffe though.
nice. Let's see here.
Yeah.
God, I guess the only other thing to top this off is just it's still wild to think about that like some people from Serbia like gave a like a mini woolly mammoth to like a pharaoh in Egypt. That's like, oh, huh, the Egypt like the Egypt kingdom went on for such a long time that there were still woolly mammoths about.
Yeah.
That said, that must have sucked for that woolly mammoth, because it's like, unless they shaved it, which, because it's like, oh,
We
cool,
shaved the mammoth. I mean,
then-
just get an elephant, wouldn't you? Like an elephant. who-
Kinda.
Some animals like regulate their heat by you don't need to be shaved because they regulate their heat like throughout their fur and stuff. And it's like, oh, okay. You know what? For some reason, the best Illuminati pick that I can find, like in the highest quality, is someone doing a height chart character. So here you go. There's Kieran over on the right. He is a giraffe.
No. That
The
looks so
pig
cute.
guy and the frog guy are like his club mates in the Illuminati, which is like their secret society, which is kind of garbage because it's just the three of them.
God. You love to see it. Goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and for some reason, because I'm still thinking about it, like, I guess technically, like, a woolly mammoth would be, a shaved woolly mammoth would be as much of an elephant as, like, a shaved, like, bison would be a cow. Because, like, it's weird to think about
Nice.
that. Bisons are basically woolly cows that just never, they never died out.
I pity
So
you.
they're just still there, and they're, like, massive. Like, there's places where I live where they're close enough by that you can go and like see them out on like a wildlife refuge and see them like walking by or just like crossing the street or wherever, or, like crossing like the roads. And there's actually some places that like farm them or ranch them, I guess. And like,
Oops.
oops,
Oh,
what happened?
Posted
Oops.
something in the wrong channel.
whoops.
Oh, okay, I know exactly which. Oh,
Hmm.
yeah,
Oh.
I know what that is.
I will aid you.
Also, yeah. Anyway. Oh,
Whoops.
oops.
Yeah.
Still not
Anyway,
getting
here's a Nightcore what did the fox say edit to these characters. Like, the show does not expect you to ship them, and then people went, no, actually, that'd be really, like, we really want this Tyrannosaurus Rex Gajinka to, like, be happy. Because they
Nice.
accidentally made her really sympathetic. There's also the guy with blue hair and pronouns. The guy who's always dressed as a frog and is like, he's not like an anthropomorphic animal, he's just a guy in a frog suit
Burrow.
that he never takes off.
the frog hoodie.
There's the pig who murders people. And it's like, this is probably the most that any only English-speaking people know about this series. Because it is not well known.
I pity you.
God.
Yeah.
Also, this Tyrannosaurus girl is really cute.
Yeah.
How pink she is.
She's very pink.
I will aid you.
She has pink hair and
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's like that. That's not like that is an actual real tail that she has. Like even in her backstory, it's pink and everything. It's for some reason they're animal people. There's just a pig guy who dresses as like Jason Voorhees at all times, and in several episodes murders the rest of the cast. It's the kind of show where people just die all the time, and it's every episode stands alone. Basically, it is.
Oh, that's great.
It's a web series where it's just like, yeah, here are these characters. They do something stupid and they all die. Which is just, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen any episodes of it because I don't speak Japanese. I've entirely second-hand knowledge of it because literally the entire English-speaking fan base of this show are in a friend server that I'm in, and we have a little containment chat for them. And it's not like a derogatory, oh, go do your stupid thing there. It's like, look, we all have nothing to contribute to this.
God.
Well,
So if it ever gets translated, it's gonna come out of that server. It's just a very funny result of like the weird overlap in friend groups I have.
Nice. God. I love enthusiasm for weird, very specific things. It's very touching and great, and in a world, especially in a world, it's always great, but it's especially in a world where there's like, where it feels like almost everyone I meet IRL is like really into Marvel stuff, and I'm like, I haven't watched a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie since
I think
the
the one I
Avengers.
noped out on was Doctor Strange, and it's just like, I don't want to watch a Benedict Cumberbatch movie, and I just never watched any more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, actually I think I watched like Thor and the Dark World where he fights Dark Elves, I think. And maybe an Iron Man or two. But it's like, other than that, I just like kind of stopped watching. And I think I won on that. I think that was a good choice, especially after, Endgame came out and like no one talked about it, which is still absolutely funny to me. That it's like this series, it's like, printing money. It just had like no cultural impact with the final, like, I thought, there's more Marvel Cinematic Universe, air quotes, movies that are coming out, but it's like, that felt like the big, like, milestone, right? You're like the big, like, capstone to, like, the whole thing. You're like, and it just kind of floundered, and like, no one really did much. Oh,
Let's transport a cannon. Bring the cannon to the client.
hooray.
and speaking of no cultural impact, they're talking about Avatar 3 before Avatar 2 even comes out.
Yeah, I'm like, I have no reason to watch Avatar, let alone Avatar 2 or 3.
Avatar 3, the son of Avatar 2.
Son of Avatar 2.
Yeah, it's... God, no, it's still... oh, wow, it's canon.
It's been out in the
Son
sand.
Avatar 2.
Yeah, like, dude. I mean, they have guns, so they obviously know how to maintain like
They know
rifles,
how to
but like,
maintain guns because we taught them how to use bazookas.
God, yeah, somehow giving bazookas
Friends, you're
in our
over me.
timeline, like, made sure that the people in this timeline knew how to maintain
Isn't-
guns.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, this is a whole different timeline. You got Isekai.
Yeah. God, I forgot that we just got isekai'd in the middle of this game. Like, after we've done all this stuff in one world, it's like, actually, no, we're transporting you to a third different world.
Yeah. God,
Isekai is all the way down.
it really is, and like, I guess what's really bonkers to me is the fact that like some weird spirits or whatever called the White just were like, you know what? You're gonna do something really big and major. Before we let the consequences of that happen,
If you've got
we're
business,
gonna
then
yeet
it's
you
open
into
we
this
both
other
see
world.
each other alive again.
Ciao. And now we're
It's
here.
your blood.
Because
Yeah.
it's like, because what was supposed to happen. Oh, excuse me.
God, he said, excuse me, and I heard the gulping noise and went, wow, is like Kitty drinking on stream? Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, people who aren't even my Twitter mutuals are now like liking that picture of the pizza. Oh, okay. Someone retweeted the picture of the pizza and it's like some corporate one. I'm like, no, screw that. Specifically, it got retweeted by... who was it? Oh right, it doesn't show because I just blocked them. Yeah. But I'm like... If you're not mutuals with me and you're just retweeting a random picture I made of homemade pizza, like, what are you doing?
Who's even in here anyway?
Like, my pizza's good, but if you're tweeting it and promoting, like,
Oh, I know.
by the looks of it, a pizza, like, superhero roleplay account for, like, a corporation, I don't know. Like, their mascot or something, and I'm like, no. Get away from my posts. Then again, it's not like exactly like the anti-capitalist thing front and center. I assume everyone knows that. Anti-phone. You just obliterated that bunny.
That was the hair of Inaba.
Hair of Napa.
Howdy. Sorry, had to step out for a bit.
Yeah, I was just ranting about, like, I tweeted that picture of my homemade pizza, and I was like, huh, why are people who aren't my mutuals, like, liking this? And then it turns out some, like, corporate mascot account retweeted it, and I went, no, I'm just blocking you. I have no idea who they are, and I don't really want to know.
Goodness.
Because it's like, dude, don't retweet people's homemade pizza just like silently and... What? Who does that? Oh, look at him go!
What's this? Hoy, Burrows. Do you know what these
Then
are?
again, I am like hilariously liberal with like who I ban. Just like, I just go, you know what? I just don't like your
There's
posts.
something in the database Master Akira gave us that matches these runs. They're called Pluto soldiers.
Oh, that's what they are.
All of these are Pluto?
No, they're copies of him. Just common grunts.
Pluto Horde. No, Pluto Army. They're not a horde anymore.
Just a whole bunch of funny little guys. Or I guess violent little guys. Violent, funny little guys.
They're dead. Or should I say broken. Who the devil is this Pluto? I'm beginning to wonder if he's indeed a living being.
As am I. I feel like we're dealing with mystic artifacts. At any rate, let us proceed. We'll find out who he is soon enough.
Because it's like, when friends go, oh, that pizza looks nice, I go, oh, thanks. But when it's someone I don't know, does I just go away?
Yeah. It's always weird when you get.
Yeah. Like, sometimes I'll like make some comment about, oh, anyone remember Nightmare, and then I'll describe the show in like the most bizarre terms possible. And it's like, yeah, at that point, the corporate account for Nightmare UK like retweeted something I said, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's fair game, because that's me explicitly talking about your product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, something similar happened where I got followed by like an RPG like Twitter account just because I like reblogged something. No, yeah, fuck it. Reblogged something
Yeah,
of like just
describe
highlighting
words.
their game, and I'm just like, why are you like? I was like, no, what? I post a whole bunch of like gay art or whatever, and so like, I guess if you want to see like more of that, then sure. Like, no way. If you haven't unfollowed me after all of like the furry art and stuff, then like, sure, I guess you get to
It's
stay.
because they don't actually look at their dashboards, they just like tweet out things and then search specifically the name of the thing they're trying to sell. And it's like, oh. Actually. It's specifically an account for something called Admiral Pizza. They apparently sell pizza, comics, and video games, and they're just retweeting everyone that says the word pizza to try and get attention to their whatever that is. Like, oh, here's a coupon for personal pan pizza, and it's like, anyone that's listening to this, if you ever buy from this place, I will never forgive you. You are my enemy. I want you to know this is like the opposite of an ad read going on here.
Yeah.
I have absolutely nothing but hatred in my heart for this person. You're not popular with girls, are you, mister?
Problem?
Your face is a problem, your speech is a problem, and the way you act, it's all a problem. You're all wrong. You're so cute, mister. It's like mixed messages, huh? That's
God,
Miss
yeah.
Tier. Okay. So we're just like nagging each other now.
God. Oh. You had 50 left though.
I didn't want the monster. I wanted the quest.
Oh, quest. Sorry, I keep forgetting that there's no easy way to just get the quests from these.
Actually, hold on, I can just report this account for spamming.
Oh, nice.
I
It's
thought you
like,
were
you know
going
what? Yeah, sure.
to say something about the quest.
God.
It's like,
Love
yeah,
games
at this
like
point they are spamming. Screw 'em. I don't know who they are. Bless you.
Gesundheit.
There's a
Thank you.
dog barking outside my house.
Oh. Okay.
See,
Ascending like
This is-
Peter Pan.
Huh?
Patter Pan.
Patterpon. Patter, patter, patterpon. Patter, patter, patterpon. Yeah.
God.
I have
My
heard
demons are a bit different.
Mega Man Battle Network, by the way, for anyone listening.
Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network.
God. No, I love Japanese media overall for one trait that's very common, like throughout genres or like demographics or whatever. It's just like we will do our best to, like we're gonna say something. We're gonna like bring up some like copyright we don't have the rights to, but like change it ever so slightly, or like try to like dance around saying the actual name. And it's not like, you know, that's not in other, you know, countries or anything, but it's just like it feels really common in Japanese media in weird ways,
3 more to go.
and it's
Yeah.
great. Like, God. Then again, there's also the weirdness that is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where it's just like, yeah, no, we're just gonna call this enemy Steely Dan or whatever, and like stand names, just like, you know, there's like Vanilla Ice, Steely Dan, Black Sabbath, but it's just
Yeah,
like,
it just became a thing in JoJo.
yeah, and but like in the you know, the dubs and translations, they like Dan of Steel. Great. I forget what Vanilla and Ice was changed to. I know Aerosmith was like I forgot what it was. It was like Aeroplane or something goofy like that. So they couldn't like quite figure one out. That was just too on the nose. That would work.
My demons are a bit different.
No, you know what? I guess real quick, there was a plot thing that I forgot to comment on, of Walter saying like, "Oh hey, these like, you know, the Plutos are like machines."
Yeah, they're little mechanical copies. It's like, is the real Pluto a robot?
Yeah. And it's still weird to think about. Oh, not weird. It makes sense in this setting that like the angels just kind of left it off. Like, know what? I hope this thing kills every single one of you. Goodbye. And then just like left. Goodness.
Out of the way!
Yeah, I'm also getting the Pluto corpse material that I need, and I was right. You have to like go forward with the plot to a certain point at least.
Yeah.
I hope you're prepared!
Oh, this overruns a fun design. Love the goofy helmet.
Only 1 more to go.
Welcome to the... Well then, now...
No, not yet.
I was looking away for a second, but also loving this sorry, my throat's a bit sore. Titania? Titania? I know there's I think Titania is like,
It's Titania, Queen of the
Yeah.
Fairies.
yeah, that's the like more like original pronunciation of it.
I am in your care.
I remember having to look it up because I was pronouncing it Titania and like someone else was like Titania
And like,
from
Titania,
Warframe.
like, I could understand people pronouncing it like that because it's Titanic.
Yeah.
Burrows.
God, I don't need points anymore. I have all of them, all the skills.
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand that you're like max level, but a part of me still wishes the experience you're gathering still did something. I don't know what.
From Izakai Naming Chat, I maxed out every skill in the game world, but I still keep gaining skill points I can't spend, and if they ever hit the integer max value, the entire world will be unmade. Oh, Hanuman. Nice. Not this Monkey King.
Oh, yeah.
From Hindu mythology.
That's it. You have all you need now. Just go deliver it and you're done.
Well, we are right near the next to the entrance, so
Yeah, nice. Also, from the guy named chat, Paladin sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, and then Paladin sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, sponsored by Honkai Impact the Third. Play now online. The
Genshin
promo code. We
Impact.
got your money.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. I forgot that there was a game. There still is a game called Paladins. That's I think free to play.
Yeah.
God.
There's a lot of games like that.
True, but Paladin sponsored by Paladin.
What's your pleasure? Yo. That's right.
also in
You just leave the...
other SMT games, 99 was
If you've
not
got
the
business,
max.
then hurry up. Here's hoping we
I
both
think it
see
was
each other alive again.
255, but it would stop counting at 99.
I'll appraise this.
Skating board. So bucket, toothpaste, detergent, and eerie milky lotion.
Oh no. Obsidian.
Garnet, crystal, vitamin A.
Shining gem that a lecturer might wear if they weren't all dead.
Oh, I mean,
Could it
There,
be a
some of them
toxic
are alive.
liquid?
yeah.
It seems to be soft armor.
Come on, they would know what the fuck a coat was, right? Like, it gets cold.
Well,
Right? It,
familiar and
Or like-
made of an unfamiliar material.
a parka is a coat. Get out. Get out
Jeans,
right now. Get the
Godly
fuck
colored-
out.
Colored pants.
Well,
Damn.
come again.
God, like, oh, parka, like, I don't know.
Burrows.
Could it be soft armor and like another type of coat? Oh, it's a coat.
Sure.
Just made of weird stuff, and it's like, come
Kill
on.
the demons and come again.
These descriptions were written to hurt me specifically. I'm just like, what does and doesn't count for things? Or like, what do they know in this weird, like, pseudo,
Do you
like,
know?
feudal Tokyo, but it's like European feudal though.
Feudal Tokyo servant boys. You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice?
God, I forgot that we gave. How did I almost forget for even a moment that? Oh yeah, we gave some peasants a fucking bazookas.
We gave peasants bazookas. This is not a thing we ever forgot.
Yeah, but for a moment it lapsed in my mind of just like, oh yeah, we gave some people bazookas, and here I was thinking they'd want rifles, but no, we just gave them bazookas, and I only hope to God one of those cases had like the manual for it, because like people seem to be able to read English. If I'm guessing English, if like, you know, the names of different like regions in Tokyo are like kind of weird like spellings, like English speakers trying to pronounce things in like Japanese terms in English. Like I know Shibuya had like a weird name, but it's like very obviously like Shibuya.
The manual will be in the Mystic script, which is Japanese.
Yep.
My demons are a bit different.
Behold my demons!
Bye.
The best animation out of all out of all the elements. It's just whoosh.
Out of the way!
Whoop.
Burrows.
I will aid you.
Lightning. And then disintegration.
spell of Wrath of God.
Wrath of God.
Wait, I just now remembered in Demon Souls that was an miracle you can get, which was just like, oh no, it was Wrath of the Gods. Yeah, I think that. Or okay, no. In Dark Souls, it's Wrath of the Gods, and Demon Souls is Wrath of God, where you just like had a big AOE explosion centered around yourself. And the best part is you could push things back, which, if you're clever, and like, if someone evaded you or you were evading somewhere else, you can push them off a cliff. If you're like in a level that like allow for that to happen, of just like
My demons are a bit different.
time to blast you into the stratosphere. Goodbye.
Doesn't Force do that also?
Yes, it does. I know Wrath of the Gods is just like really really huge damage, or I know in Demon Souls it was like really tremendous damage. Oh, hello.
Activating scan mode.
Less littler
Fancy.
guys.
These are called Pluto warriors.
Okay, so there's soldiers, there's warriors. There's a little skittering dance. Let's proceed to Wrath of God from Magic to Magic Gathering. This is a spell.
Nice.
The thing is, I own a lot of really old Magic the Gathering cards that are fairly valuable, but not like valuable enough to make it worth selling them on. It's all the ones that are like, oh, this is an old card that's worth £5 to £10. And it's like, I've not got a Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, which is like something like 1700, I think. And I've not got a Black Lotus, which is 27,000.
Goodness.
But like, I do have, yeah, I have like Wrath of God, I have Balance, I have like some really
Burrows.
not absurdly rare ones, but ones that are like very old. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool, honestly. Oh, hello.
Like I have an initial, like original printing of Pendlehaven, but that's, I think, £15 or something. And it's like that would be nice money to have, but it's too much hassle to sell it on.
Mm.
Also, I've been posting fanfiction lately, and oh, this lady isn't wearing much.
Yeah,
Okay, good for her.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been posting fanfiction lately, and people keep sending me like comments out of the blue going, oh, I want to eat your writing, and I'm like, this is a weird compliment, but I'm accepting it.
Yeah,
It's like,
I see that sometimes. It is so weird.
Eh.
God, I thought one of the accounts had like liked my pizza picture was like NRA, but no, it's NBA, and it's like, oh, okay, that's less bad.
Huh. Yeah, God.
Still blocking them just on principle because it's like, no,
Yeah,
like if you're gonna spam like and retweet stuff to try and get people to follow you back or whatever you're trying to do, then no. If you come here, you get my political opinions. You don't get to cheat your way out of that.
no, yeah, totally. God.
Yeah. Spell of Wrath of God. So, fun fact, Wrath of God, like, in Magic the Gathering, it's a white spell. It's like wholly aligned and stuff, and it's like, fair enough, like, you can see the flavour of that. Oh, that's God destroying, like, everyone. Like, Old Testament kind of stuff. And they decided at some point, well, actually, this isn't, like, gameplay-wise, this isn't a thing we want white to do. This is a thing we want, like, black mages to do. We want you to have to tap swamps to get to this effect. So, many sets later, they printed Damnation, which is Wrath of God, but it needs black mana instead, right?
Oh.
And it's like, yeah, from now on, we're gonna have Damnation. That's where the effect is. They've printed Wrath of God like 6 or 7 times in different sets, so it's fairly common. Damnation was only ever printed in one set, for they decided, actually, this is too powerful, and never printed it again.
Huh.
So, Damnation runs something like £400, Wrath of God costs £5, and it's like, yeah, we want the effect to only work in black magic decks, but also you're gonna have to pay like 80 times as much, like real money for it.
Is going well.
God.
It's very funny. Because they never reprinted it, not even in any of their like, oh, here are vintage cards, because it's not old enough to be vintage.
Huh.
Looks like your collectathon is going well.
Can't believe you did grinding off screen and now you're having to do grinding. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That said, you know, it's only 10, right? Right? Is that how many Pluto corpses you need? Or is it more this time?
Yeah, but still...
I don't need anymore, actually.
Oh.
I love Hot Lady Night.
Same. Always love Hot Lady Nights.
You, handshake, me. Listen, seriously, like, if you have, oh, here's a knight, but, like, she's wearing armor that's perfectly molded to her, and it doesn't cover up most of the places that you would want protecting, it's like, no, that's impractical, like, put on some more armor, please. And then you get, like, Barghest, who's armored like a tank, and it's like, yeah,
Hell
good for
yeah.
her.
Yeah.
It's like, that actually just looks better than like, oh, here's a chainmail bikini, and it's like, no. Let women wear armor.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
let them wear armor that doesn't redirect every attack directly into their heart. And
Yeah.
I know this Dillahan is kind of guilty of that, but it's like, fair enough, she's a demon, so I'm willing to forgive that.
Yeah, that's fair. And like, for the most part, everything else is still like actual armor.
Yeah, it's actual armor, it's just like that one part of it is okay. Because you've seen how Barghest has that big like triangle of armor on the front, because she has an impossible figure, but they've gone, you know what, let's give her realistic armor for if someone did look like that. It's like, yeah, good for her.
Yeah.
Listen, I am not even embarrassed about giving this kind of opinion.
Oh yeah, like the same. Especially since they're like, look, we're gonna give Maria like incredible unrealistic bust, but also she has armor that would actually like protect
And it's
it.
like, yeah, that is so much of a better character design. Like,
Burrows.
instantly, like, she shoots up to 10 out of 10 just from that. And also because I'm gay.
Yeah. God. I still love the
But,
fact
like-
that she's
Yeah. Go on.
technically
Activating scan mode.
like, you know, the fairy, like, oh, like she's like some weird fairy, and like, oh, I am
This
actually,
is called a Pluto
um,
giant.
what was the character's name?
Gawain of the round
Gawa-
table.
Yeah,
She
Gawain of the
shows
Round
up and
Table.
go, yeah, the actual Gawain's kind of a tool. Let's keep this one. And to be fair, he
Yeah.
is. He does suck. He is a different slur for every playable character in Fate Extra, and it's like, Jesus
Oh,
Christ,
God.
man, what is wrong with you? And I'm kind of exaggerating for Comic Craig. He just like insults them in a really like, dude, that's too far kind of way.
Mm. Like, I don't know much
Like,
about Fate,
Don't
but if
go
you
for
told me
the
like one of
gendered
them
insults, dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. Goodness.
Yeah, you think I'm exaggerating? I'm not.
Yeah, no, like That's
Not
why
gonna post them. It's like, yeah, that's just unpleasant.
yeah, but that's why I was gonna say, like, no, I don't know much about Fate, but if you tell me that there is someone who calls the player slurs, like, no, what? Yeah,
Not
I
the
bet that's real.
player, their servant. It's
Oh.
like, okay, you
Yeah.
have enough historical context to know who each of these people are, and you choose it just to like insult them and like, oh, okay, that's kind of gross that you said that about a person. Like, this is straight up, Gawain would be cancelled on Twitter for saying this.
Yeah. God.
And I hear thunder.
No. Hopefully it doesn't rain too hard.
Thunder rain.
Nice.
Yep.
Hmm.
Okay. Great. Okay, you know what? There's something. Just a small thing, but I love Vargas. Her big, like,
Her
I forget the
big.
name. Oh. Yeah, I do love her big chest, but also
No,
this. I forget
she's
that the piece of
tall,
armor. Yeah, she is
muscles,
incredibly
big
tall.
muscles.
She's like 8 foot
She's a
tall.
very big lady, and it's like, okay, good for her.
Yeah, but I was gonna say the fact that I love that it's like, oh, this armor it looks like it's actually made to deflect blows away from
Yeah,
internal
it
organs
is.
and everything. But also it reminds me of a cattle guard or whatever they're called on
It's
like trains where
same
like
principle you have on like anything with angled armor.
true.
Also, like for aerodynamics on a battleship, and it's like, yeah, okay. It gives her a very particular vibe, and it like really enhances her as a character. Even before like me specifically going, oh, Hot Lady Knight.
Welcome. Well then, now.
Yeah.
Actually, is there another rank of...
They accidentally created the perfect woman.
No, it seems like it stops at Cerberus.
Huh.
Trying to make a four-headed Cerberus, huh? Just fusing two orifices. Ah, what is single one even?
I know in Last Bible, Cerberus and Orpheus fuse, I think? Or was it something else fuses with Orpheus? To, I guess, make Cerberus or something? I forget. Even though I finished it.
No, that's fair. There's a lot of like combination of like different demons in SMT games. It's hard to remember them all.
Gotta catch 'em all.
I am slowly increasing how many I have. Or how many I've recorded anyway. Drain ice. Do I need judgment light anymore? Don't need Megio plasma anymore.
Oh.
Got an anti-Ticton now.
Yeah.
Fell from the 4th floor to 4B1.
Huh.
Which means I fell 5 floors.
Huh.
That lets me get into the stone cutters. Simpsons joke. I'm thinking about that cat that like really is ready to jump over that gate that he could easily fit through and spends a long time just like psyching himself up only to just walk through it.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
Your cat cuts the Gordian knot.
I'm detecting a strong demon ahead. Do you want to go on?
A strong demon dar is going off.
Gigantic object. It's enshrined before you.
This is... He seems different from the rest. Burrows, analyze him for us.
Activating scan mode. We meet at last. That's Pluto the Tormentor.
Ooh.
Since powerful pressure from Pluto.
Trying to scare us?
what's your
Nice
reaction?
try.
Oh, and now they're teaming up. They're back to back just because he flipped the sprites.
The pressure from Pluto is increased.
Well, they haven't flipped the sprites. They flipped what order they're in. You know?
Yeah.
You are not the Lord's chosen. You are not the Lord's
Oh.
chosen.
Oh.
Huh. It speaks?
Obliterate, obliterate, in the Lord's name.
It speaks, but it does not converse. It is merely parroting words at us.
We shall exterminate filth. We shall
Exterminate.
Die, filthy ones.
Exterminate the humans. Wait, stop that.
God. I love this weird fucking robot. I forget what they're called. I think you just said it. But the great.
Daleks.
Daleks, yeah.
Like you've never seen all hundreds of episodes of Doctor Who. Man, have you really seen no Doctor Who though?
I've seen one. An ex-girlfriend showed me the episode with the Weeping Angels.
Yeah, a lot of people say, oh, that's the best introduction to the show, and it's like, this is a completely standalone episode that does not actually have any of the main cast in any prominent role.
Yeah, which
None
is
of the
why.
other episodes are like it. And it's like, if it was the only time the Weeping Angels ever appeared, I would say, oh, these are one of my favourite Doctor Who enemies. Every subsequent appearance just made them worse.
Yeah, I heard about that, which is a shame because it's like, oh, you know, there's some really cool stuff in there. Like, it's easy to miss, but like, the angels also don't move whenever the viewers can see them through like the camera.
Yeah, and then in the next episode that they appeared in, like a season later, they went, well, actually, they can move. It just adds an extra effort. People were looking at them, and they had like really bad effects of like the statue creaking around to look. It just looked goofy as hell in a bad way. And it's like, oh, this ruins the horror of it.
Think on this. Think on this.
It's
My
like,
purpose here,
man, you've managed to overuse them in their second appearance.
God. Also, wait, the purpose in other in other words, the will of God. Okay, for a sec, I misread that as worlds. I was like, what?
You don't mean God was the one who spread this poison throughout Tokyo? Is this God's will?
I'll not bother thinking on this. It isn't worth my time. You agree, don't you? God or not, he scorns humans too much. I'll destroy his will along with this abomination.
Yeah, it's a shame that they got overview. 'Cause, yeah, something like this, you know, it's better to just. Oh,
destroying me is blasphemy.
Yeah, it's
Revise.
just very funny that they managed to make, oh, here's a really compelling,
Sorry, but I think not.
like,
We are not
interesting
very
idea
knowledgeable after all.
for like an alien race, and it's like, oh, actually, everything we told you about them in their first appearance is wrong. They just kill people, I guess. They can
God.
move when you're looking at them. They move slowly. Ugh,
also,
Yeah. it's like
ah,
that one episode by itself is so good, and people went, "Oh, maybe we should give the guy who made this, that's Moffat, I think, is the one who
Yeah.
wrote that one. Maybe we should give him more Doctor Who episodes to like flesh out his stories." And then it turns out the two stories that he had done that were really good, that one and the one about what's she called? I'm blanking on the name of like that French noblewoman. Give me a second. Is it Marie Antoinette? I'm thinking of like.
Looks like the quest is going well.
Is that the one?
Is it me, or does the air feel fresher already?
You're quite enthusiastic, aren't you?
No,
I am
that
glad
doesn't
to
sound
free
right.
Akira and his people from
What
the
is
poison.
this called? Girl in the fireplace. Madame de Pompadour, that was it. And I was like thinking, yeah. So Moffat made two really like iconic episodes that are some of the best in new Doctor Who. Blink, which was the introduction to Weeping Angels, which is a very like that was a bottle episode with like minimal Doctor appearances, just because like they literally did not have time to film a whole episode. And The Girl in the Fireplace, which is about like the Doctor meeting Madame Pompadour at different points in her life, like, and not realizing who it is until later on and piecing it together. And they're fantastic episodes, and people went, oh, Moffat should be in charge the next season, and what he did was just make those two episodes over and over again, but worse.
oh no. God.
So the entire character of River Song, like who was kind of like his creator's pet kind of character, was the Madame Pompadour plot, but stretched out over 2 seasons. And it's like, this carries 1 episode.
God. Also, just real quick, I just want to like mention, I love the little during the fight, I love the line from I forgot. Oh yeah, I couldn't really comment on it. I love Jonathan's little line when the robot's like, oh, like, I like when it's final like things. Like, oh, we like think about what you're doing. I'm like, know what? Well, you see, we're not very good with mechanics anyway. You see, it just that's something I wanted to say real quick. But you were looking, Man Pompadour, yeah. But God, that does sound like a really good like episode. It's a shame that he apparently only knew how to write 2 episodes, but worse, which is almost impressive.
Didn't he also write that 2-parter with the World War II and the nanomachines?
World War II 2-parter?
And the Are You My Mommy?
Oh, that one! Yeah. Can't remember what the episode is called, but the like gas mask zombie guy, and I think that's Captain Jack's introduction.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, the Doctor Dances. That's what the episode is called.
If you've got business, then hurry up and spit.
And I just immediately remembered that because yeah, it's a whole metaphor for, well, basically the episode is meant to like introduce Jack as a love interest for both the Doctor and his companion. It's like, yeah, so you can guess what dancing is a metaphor for. Yeah, because he is a character who like is explicitly like pan, like they outright say that, like he's from a far future civilization of time travel, and they're just like, yeah, people are just pan now if they want to be whatever.
Everyone in Tokyo's talking about you already.
Oh, I had an alarm.
The messiahs I summoned have beaten Pluto. Yes! Now we can all live out in the open again. Oh,
We can all live out in the open in the desert.
Akira, you know
There's nothing but
they gotta
sand.
thank our messiahs.
Yeah.
Reporting to God, eh?
Here you are, as promised.
congratulations on completing the quest.
I hope power doesn't cut out.
Yeah. I'm kind of afraid of that once you mentioned thunder.
Yeah, thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening.
Very well.
Galileo, Galileo, Galileo Figaro, Magnifico.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, Mamma Mia, Figaro. Beelzebub has the devil put aside for me. For me.
For me.
For me.
That's right.
No headbanging monsters. Commenting on this.
Hope my internet doesn't cut out either.
Yeah. Although this whole time I forgot to open up YouTube. Did watch out for the chat. Whoops. Bum, 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 bum.
Thankfully, there's not anything currently.
Nobody there.
Well, I mean, thankfully is a weird word, but yeah, that I didn't miss anyone.
According to the White, this remote connects the human world to the expanse?
Knowing that, you are certain about giving it over to us?
You can use it as you please. I'm prepared to have Tokyo filled with demons. Some people used to preach that demons were the embodiment of our desires, and that we should live in harmony.
Wait, that's...
I get that now. To bring back Tokyo, we need passion now, not empty words.
This is the chaos music from SM22. Oh boy, that's close.
Well, yeah, shit.
Can't afford
Like,
to
that
stand on
was
the
loud
side.
and clear over here.
Well, that was like right outside your window.
If demons start popping up, I'll take control of them and put them to use.
a very bold plan. Sir Kiyoharu is a tad bit unique, so I think it would be better if you were to lead.
If we succeed in reviving Tokyo, I'm thinking of renaming the newborn city. Out of respect to you three, I'll call it the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado.
If that were to happen, you would be King Akira of the Eastern Kingdom of... Huh?
Oh. We got to the past.
We didn't
No,
go to a
we didn't.
different timeline, we went to the past. Is that actually what it's doing?
No.
Because this has
Okay.
happened
This
before.
is like an alt timeline
Burroughs.
where...
Okay, still an old timeline.
But yeah, he is Aquila from...
Yeah.
Aquila was Akira, is the idea.
Yeah. But yeah, I know this is still definitely an alternate timeline because in the original one,
Hello there.
you know, Tokyo was protected by that filament thing, by that
Yeah,
dome
the
that was put over
firmament.
it.
Oh, do
Firmament.
people not know what firmament and
Oh.
fundament are? Ah.
Yes!
Oh, man.
Can I get an amen? Testify.
Yoo-hoo!
Now he's hitting on me.
Yes, I understand.
In biblical cosmology, the firmament is the vast solid dome created by God during the creation of the world to divide the primal sea into the upper and lower portions so dry land could appear.
What?
Hmm.
I don't remember
Today
that
it's
from the
used
Bible.
as a synonym for sky or heaven. It's
Huh?
not from the Bible, it's like an apocryphal
Oh, okay.
kind of, oh well, this must be how it happened kind of thing, and it isn't. The concept is adopted into the subsequent classical/medieval model of heavenly spheres and brought through advances in astronomy in the 16th and 17th centuries.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, no, never heard of firmament before. So like, I just kind of I forgot what the actual word was. I just substituted it with something else.
And fundament in terms of religion is just like the foundation of reality itself, hence the fundamentals, like like being like the basics of any like kind of like explanation of anything, but also for fundamentalism being people who believe only the Bible is true.
And even then, they don't really believe that.
They don't. They use it to justify horrible meanings.
Honestly. No way. Hey.
It won't be clean again for a while. Please be patient. Yeah, that's gonna take a long while.
Oh.
From Ichigaya. Pretty good at controlling them.
No.
Here it gets you nowhere. I know that deep inside now.
But yeah, I'm only like joking when I go, you don't know what the firmament is, because it's like I know some weird stuff about religion. Like, I am
Yeah.
fully aware some of my knowledge is not common. Not in a, oh, I'm smarter than you way, in a, I know weird stuff that nobody should care about.
God.
Oh,
Uh,
Oh, well, she's fun.
Hello.
well, yeah.
She is cheerless. Since the domain's faded.
Huh.
No one here. But no one came.
God. But yeah. Know
Let's
what?
bring me the cannon.
Love hauling a fucking artillery and
Hey!
munitions all the way.
Oh, that's
Back
what
up
I
here.
forgot. Munitions!
God, just having a whole cannon, but
Hello.
no fucking munitions for it.
I mean, a cannon with no cannonballs isn't necessarily useless.
It's an artillery. It's a modern cannon, though.
Oh, in that case, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can just, like, load it with grape shot, like, nails and screws and stuff, and just
What's your pleasure?
pushed down, and so, like, just blast out a shrapnel and just wreck someone very close by to you?
If you've got business, then hurry up and
Yeah.
spit it out.
The horrifying,
Let's hope we both see
fucking
each other
use of
alive
cannons.
again.
Great. Oh, I'm just now remembering that some of the earliest, like, firearms were, like, gun lances where they took, like, a pipe. Like, or maybe, like, part of a spear or something, but it'd have, like, a pipe and then, like, put gunpowder in it and then put, like, various shrapnel and then people went, well, if we make something that's, like, form-fitting in there, then it'd probably, like, perform better, and then eventually that became, like,
Which,
cannons
along the way,
and guns.
yeah, that became the invention of bullets. Then he had, oh, what if we, like, fitted
my demons are a bit different.
the actual rifle of the barrel, like the pipe of the barrel, to hold the bullet better and like spin it as it went out, and then you get rifling from that, which makes bullets vastly more deadly.
Inaccurate.
Yep.
Yep.
And accurate, 'cause when you've got the spin on it, it's very central in its movement. So instead of just flying off to the side, you've got, oh, like, you're not just firing out just a round pellet, a ball that just goes off in whatever direction it wants, vaguely facing forward. You're firing out an actual bullet that is following a direct path to your target and probably killing them at that point.
Granted,
It's
still
like, oh, this is what crossbows were outlawed for.
Granted, it was still somewhat random.
Yeah, like, it was a slow development, but like, a lot of it is stuff that people theoretically could have done long ago if they knew about the techniques to do it, and so that's why you get isekais where it's like, oh, I invent guns. You get Dr. Stone where it's like, yeah, I know how to make guns that actually work properly, so I'm just gonna skip all the intervening steps.
Nice.
Hence the, like, episode 3 or 4, I believe, like him going, yeah, I'm gonna invent guns. It just has him, like, dressed in his Stone Age, like, fur outfit kind of thing, but he's holding a modern handgun, so that's what I imagine it as.
God.
Great.
Reminded me of one of those survival survival things with zombies, where
Yeah.
you could and it was also like crafting, Minecraft-ish. But anyway, yeah, you could just make a pistol and bullets for the pistol.
Yeah, are you talking about Rust? I think that had
so.
zombies at some point. I don't know if it still
I know
does.
7 Days to Die let you eventually craft pistols, but you had to go out of your way to get all of the weapon forge put together and stuff, and most of the time it's like, oh, I just found a pistol and that's it. That's all I
Yeah,
get.
it was 7 Days to Die, actually.
7 Days
okay.
to Die is janky as hell, but kind of fun.
Nice. I never got a chance to play it.
Nah, unfortunately, it seems to kind of push what my PC can do, so like,
Oh.
it takes so long to actually load the game. I just don't bother with it. Well, this is pretty okay. Like, I wouldn't say it's a good game, but it's one I had fun playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the most important part for a lot of games. Like, do you actually enjoy the time spent with it? But yeah, that said, like I never played it, but if your computer, which is newer than my computer, and I think had definitely has a better graphics card, like struggled with 7 Days to Die, then mine absolutely would just probably have a miserable time trying to play 7 Days to Die.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know Rust also has a similar thing where you start the game off with just a rock to bash other things' heads in, and then eventually you can make like the shadiest gun, which is based off of I think it was like part of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Archduke Franz Ferdinand, yes, we are aware.
Where it's like basically, I think it might have been for him or somewhere else, but they took a like 50 caliber bullet or like a big bullet casing, opened that up so that you could fit a smaller, like I think a smaller bullet or something in there, and like put some like gunpowder. And you're supposed to like, yeah, I think it was another bullet. You're supposed to like hit the back of it with like some sort of like hammer pin or something to like activate the bullet, but it was incredibly inaccurate, incredibly awful to use because it just wouldn't work. And I think in Rust, it's like you basically have like a metal pipe.
A gun, but not automated. You're just doing it by hand.
Yeah, and
it's
the best.
Yeah.
The best part in Rust is that it has a chance to just not fire, so you just had to go through the entire animation of trying to make it work again. Where it's like, in that one, it's basically, like, I think it still looks like a big bullet casing, but you have, like, some gunpowder you put in the back of, and front you have, like, basically a small, like musket ball, or like a big musket ball or whatever. And you put gunpowder, like you had to go through, put gunpowder in the back, and then you have like a rock that you smack on the back of it to like make sparks. And it has, and most of the time it just won't fire, so you're just kind of like smacking the gun, trying to get sparks to happen. And it's really hilarious to see like it in action, or anyone trying to seriously fight someone off with the world's shittiest gun. But then after that, you can like start making like kind of pipe rifles or whatever.
I mean,
stuff like that, but
7 Days to Die, for all of its weirdness, does, like, if you're crafting guns, you start off only able to get at, oh yeah, you can build a blunderbuss and it is garbage, inaccurate, and you need to reload it after every shot. No, wait, it's a musket, that's it. This is like the simplest gun you can make out of a pipe. It just falls apart in your hands after only a few shots, and it's like, okay, if you find a modern handgun, that's great, but good luck getting ammo for it.
no, that's
Like,
fun.
For all the weirdness of the game, it doesn't let you jump straight to modern handguns, you have to work to get there.
Yeah. And
unless you find one, in which case, yeah, golden.
Hell yeah. No, I think that's a much better way to do like post-apocalyptic stories. Because I still remember, like it gives you some excitement for fighting like the cool like modern like or I guess pre-apocalypse technology or whatever.
Yeah. It's
I
like,
still remember playing Fallout 3 and
yeah,
just like, oh, you'd find a cool gun,
but the
but
condition
it's
is
like,
like 10% and it falls apart, and also because condition affects damage, it's worse than the other guns you have.
yeah, it's just a weird situation overall where
The
it's like,
damage scaling didn't need to be in the game as well as the condition percentages. Like, they balance the same thing.
yeah, especially since condition was so weird with like, it's the cap to how high you can repair something based on your skill, and you most of the time you need another weapon of the same type or weapon or
And
armor
it's
of the
like,
same
oh,
type. Anyway.
I found the greatest revolver ever made. It has such low condition I can fire it once, does 1 damage, and I'll need a second one to be able to repair it to do 2 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
But it's
also
like,
the
repair it
vendors.
fully would be the most powerful gun in the game. And it's like, you are never gonna repair it fully.
Yeah, especially since
Because, yeah,
in the base game, there's no merchants that have a repair skill high enough to just repair something to 100%.
yeah, the highest repair skill in the game, I think, is Moira. If you, like, tell her, no, give up on all your dreams, you will never amount to anything, go back to, like, selling things and repairing items, and she goes, oh, okay. And she gets the best
No.
repair skill in the game, and it's like, oh, that's heartbreaking.
That is heartbreaking. God.
Yeah. It's like, who would do that? Like, that feels a more evil thing to do than killing her.
God. Yeah.
I mean, if you do try to kill her by, like, setting off an atomic bomb next to her, she literally tanks it and comes out as a ghoul. And
Yeah.
she's as chipper as ever. I don't think she even has a different voice.
Huh.
She just, like, survives so intact that she goes, okay, I'm gonna set up exactly the same shop in another part of the world.
Huh. God. So weird. But yeah, great. I forgot I was going for this. Oh yeah, the fact that it's cool when, things have a gradual build up or whatever, but you can find cool rewards in games. Instead of you just jump ahead or whatever. Love good.
Yeah, it isn't like, oh, I suddenly found the best weapon in the game. It's, oh, I found, like, this legendary gun. It only has a few shots, but they're so powerful that it really counts. Like, I found the only working machine gun in the wasteland, and for the time it's working, and the time I have bullets, I'm gonna have an easier time fighting people. Yeah.
Yeah. And it actually, gives that post-apocalyptic feel of, like, things are kind of shitty. Like, I remember I read something of someone talking about the Metro games, how, at least, like, in the first one, like, for a while, like, the gun that you'll probably, be able to, like, with how the game works, it never, like, according to them, it never really feels like a power fantasy. Like, you're in a shitty, like, post-apocalypse, and, like, the game's still, like, fun and exciting and all that, but, you can't really fight everything you see, or, like, it can be hard on, like, to have enough ammo to do that, so you're kind of running. But, like, one gun that you'll definitely start off with is called the Bastard. It is the shittiest... That is truly the shittiest gun in a video game. It's just the worst. Like, you'll find ammo for it. Like, you won't really have
Find
problems
ammo
with
for
that.
it. You wish you hadn't.
Yeah, and like hell in that game, pre-apocalypse, ammo is like the currency. And the thing is, if you have a gun that can actually fire it, then it's really good because everyone's using like, you know, they don't really have the big like munitions factories that they have, you know, they have nowadays. So like they're making bullets, but they're not that great. So if you're back up against a wall, then you can just actually use your money effectively. You're like, I have good bullets. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
you
that
can
can
get
actually
out of
kill
this little
things.
cost, yeah.
Yeah.
Burrows.
They're like
This
recycled
isn't bad.
bullets, I think.
Yeah, they use like spent casings, just reusing them and everything. For
Wow,
like
that's crappy.
oh, I
Yeah.
don't. Wait, what all would that affect? Like hit 6 times?
It can, but it's also low hit percentage.
Oh,
It means you miss 6 times.
God. That, it is 6 attacks
Oh,
though.
I need to put that
That's
in
funny.
as a. Oh, someone can put that in as Kai naming chat, which is gun that can miss 6 times a turn.
Here it is. How can I forget? The Yamato reactor.
It's present in this Tokyo as well, eh?
Oh, okay, you've got it.
We found ourselves in this world after Yamato was activated. You press the switch. It seems we are fated to do this.
Okay.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
Beating Pluto was an automatic -5, and like this is also another automatic -5. So
Huh.
and again, there was like several plus huge amounts in before that. So
Yeah, that is the weird thing of there being neutral paths in a game like this, of having to juggle the numbers.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, you can choose to take the neutral path. It's like, you have to exactly balance good and evil actions.
well, this isn't evil; it's chaotic, chaotic in law.
It is the possible world that he chooses to preserve. You have sensed it. You know that the future you chose to preserve was sparked by an even higher power's will to preserve. However, you have the choice to not preserve. We shall show you that possibility too.
But do not forget,
What lies in store for the future of humans is a wisdom of despair, because they are under tools.
Oh. Okay. So we're being shown
Hoy, are you awake?
another future.
We're back at the Counter Demon Force base.
Maybe.
Bizarre looking man entered the room.
Who's there?
That's my line. You just suddenly appeared in our hideout. Huh? Those are gauntlets. Oh, this is perfect. Akira! Hey, Akira!
Huh.
Akira?
Reference to Akira. Yeah. We've heard that name before.
Yeah. I still need to rewatch that movie.
Neil
Oh,
Hirsch.
hello.
Wait till you hear this.
Female demonoid.
Yeah.
From a right.
And of course she went, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Neil Nourisher.
That's
Can I bug
they're
you for a
called
moment?
nourishers.
don't have to fight for starters, and they can't kill us.
Hmm.
We're also starved to death.
So we're just gonna keep going for like the different post-apocalypses now.
Yeah.
Burrows.
That said, that demon is hot.
Yeah, of course you'd say that.
Yeah.
To be
Also-
fair, yeah.
Also, demonoids were a race of demons
What's your pleasure?
in 2. How many killed today? I don't know, like you guys. When I think about that, it makes the taste even better. It's like that 25 years ago. No way Kenji overlooked something like that. Hard to.
Yo.
At least better introduce yourself to the boss. Finding Kira in the room left of these associations.
If you've got business, then hurry up and spit it out.
Kenji's number 1 is written in huge letters across the ranking column.
I've checked, but
Okay, I guess
You've got
they
business,
haven't
then
been
hurry up
locked
and
yet.
spit. Here's hoping we both see each other alive again.
Well, I guess this is more alive than Blasted Tokyo.
Yeah.
Don't look like a demonoid. You're on the run. Something on the top of your head.
sheesh.
Well, you just don't do it literally. It's not Ninja 4.
Oh. Okay. What? Okay.
The plug plant in her head is spacing out. Isn't producing enough brainwaves anymore. Maybe her emotions are shot. Try making me laugh to get a rise or gear up.
Oh. So they're brainwaves.
Yeah,
Huh,
remember?
This is,
Yeah, I
this
remember
is
the
where
red pills.
came from, but they're like drinking straight from the tap.
God.
And it's like, oh, that's kind of horrible. Like, there's no good option there, but
Yeah.
No teleport?
Huh. But yeah, I was wondering, like... When...
Who the hell are these guys?
Oh.
It's working, man.
These are the guys I was talking about, Akira. See? Their arms. Look at their arms.
This man's also called Akira?
The intruders came to meet with me. Lady Luck is on my side.
Intruders?
Alright, listen, you need to help me out. We're gonna beat Kenji together.
Kenji?
You know, Kenji, as in the king of Tokyo? You guys are a little weird. I wonder. Well, let me ask you this. Where'd you come from?
We know nothing of this person or this world. Perhaps we should simply say we're from Tokyo and see how he reacts.
I think we should just say we're from the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado.
What are you whispering about? I asked a simple question. Where'd you come from?
Honestly, yeah. Just like... Eastern Kingdom Mikado. Fuck it.
yeah, 'cause they've already said, oh, it's the king of Tokyo,
saying?
so like,
The Eastern Kingdom of Mikado? Where's that? Russia? China? I ask like it really matters.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
because...
don't care who you are. Let's work together, okay? Besides, if Kenji's men find you, you're dead.
What do you mean?
It seems Kenji's shaken in his boots after what the prophets of the White World told him. When the intruders touch the remote, Kenji's gonna die.
Remote?
You're interested in the remote, huh? Well, I'll fill you in as we go. See, I think you guys are the intruders from the prophecy. If you join me, I won't let him kill you. Let me know if you're interested.
Okay. I'm guessing that's how they would connect it. Either of the choices there. It's like, oh, they find you, they'd kill you anyway because they think that you're like traitors by
Yeah,
default.
I'm assuming if you said Tokyo would go, no, you're not. Like, I know anyway, if they find you, they'd kill you anyway, so, like, don't worry about it.
Akira told me to not let anyone in or out right now.
Yeah, we have to accept it. It's an automatic 1 point.
You interested yet?
Why is it why are there automatic points for this? It's so weird.
There's also,
That it's like,
well, we're going to get automatic plus points for being Kenji and also opening the thing here.
yeah, but it feels kind of weird to be given the alignment points for like story things that you have to do.
Hell yeah.
But
There's a
Tokyo
certain
and,
weirdness
Where
to
is
it.
this man, Kenji?
but the choice of saying where we're from was also an alignment choice, so
Yeah.
one we could choose though.
Yeah, it's still weird though. It's like, oh, this is automatic 1 point. It's like, just make it 0. Just like you have to do this.
Goody two-shoes.
Jonathan, you are a goody two shoes.
We need weapons if we want to
Oh,
take them.
goody little two shoes, goody
Oh,
little
West,
two
there's a town
shoes.
called Shinjuku. I plan to defeat the guys in charge there and take the town.
We'll be pillaging the entire town.
Exactly, bad boy.
So I'm bad boy then.
I'll register that as a new quest on the list.
Also,
I'll register that as your new nickname from now on, bad boy. God, I wish. If this game had 10% more of a sense of humor, from like,
Oh, yeah.
you'd have the option to set that whenever he's your partner in combat.
I can hook you up.
awkwardly manipulate his cell phone or smartphone.
Smartphone's not meant for demonoid hands.
I would have
I've
liked to
received the
see
geographic data for
seen
this,
that
Tokyo.
animation.
Yeah.
Functions are available now.
Alright, let's go. You got me on your side now.
Yeah, this is Infernal Tokyo now. That's what this Tokyo is called.
Nice. We're in the rock and roll, heavy metal, cover art version of Tokyo. Got it.
Also, the day I decided.
Honestly, that's...
Continue.
No, it's going like, honestly, that's like a funny way to describe it. Yeah, we're in the heavy metal album cover Tokyo.
Also, when I played through the game, I was like, there wasn't a map for Infernal Tokyo. It was mostly a small section of normal Tokyo, but there wasn't a map until the day after I finished Infernal Tokyo.
Oh,
Yeah.
you hate to see it.
What's your pleasure?
I'll register that as a new quest on the list.
If you've got business, then hurry up and spit it out.
Tokyo's been virtually taken over by demons. Boss over Ichijuki is a big shot demon from India. First, everyone became demonoids hungry for power so that we could take Tokyo back from the demons. And some of us got addicted to power. Others were overwhelmed by demons and submitted to them. I know different. Everyone's forgotten their initial enthusiasm and now just runs amok doing whatever. Sure, I was a kid. This is when he was human. I mean, I heard he lost his sister. Angels kidnapped her and trapped her inside the cocoon. Thanks to Kenji killing the angels, I heard all the humans set up in the cocoon rotted away. The cocoon's still somewhere in Shinjuku, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
So, yeah. That could,
Okay, so if they die, then people are just stuck there. Can't really get their way in or out.
Not the types who work for reward. Spare us a little time.
If you've got business, then hurry up. Here's hoping we both see each other alive again.
So yeah, remember that cocoon that was talked about in...
Yep. I've been thinking about that cocoon.
Oh, we got a TV. Research saying they want to watch TV, don't know why. All we're on are fights between demonoids. Guess you can't play if you're addicted, unless, you know, you just get addicted to something else.
Yeah, God. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I had a, like, kinda, crackpot theory about the cocoon, right? Because I was wondering, like,
It's your pleasure.
you know, in, I guess the original timeline, right, like, after the angels take over, Mikado, they're like, oh, we want, like, all your records to be digitized, and it's like, why do they need the records to be, you know, digitized? It feels like they're looking for something in particular. And then, you know, just also thinking about how it's like, oh, what is the purpose of the cocoon? Because it just, like, it looks like it's filled with, like, honeycombs, but, like, some of them are, like, only partially filled or whatever. And I'm like, what are happening to the people being brought here? There's no room and board or anything. There's no housing inside. Like, are they just put... Are they being fuel? Are they the honey and the honeycombs? Like, are they trying to, like, make something or give something, like, rebirth that it needs this, like, weird ritual or whatever? And, like, my crackpot theory is that maybe something God somehow died and they're trying to, like, rebirth God by, like, the faith of believers or whatever.
Lost track of the news in the net. Well, that's not really that bad. Also, that's not what happened.
Yeah, I figured, but just putting that out there. 'Cause it's just so weird.
There's no communication technology left, even the terrain's different. Demons did kick the angels' asses, but America and China are basically in the same situation.
Sheesh.
Okay, same dialogue. Tell you how to get there. Leave, and then go to Crossroads. Past Chigaya, you'll see a meadow.
God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? No.
God. Nothing there.
Wait till you hear this.
Oh. Our Rachel's really fuck. Let me try that again.
Wait till you hear this.
It's all Kenji's fault that Tokyo's like this, just because he defied God. Archangels, not Kenji supposedly killed all the angels. The Archangels really do exist. Do you think they drive all the demons out of Tokyo?
My.
Kenji was originally from the Counter-Demon Force. He was about your age at the time. Joined the Force to fight demons to protect Tokyo. And learned the reason demons started showing up in the first place was part of God's scheme. After that, he sided with the demons to stop God's wrath. That was 25 years ago.
Can I bug you for a moment?
Saying Kasugami makes me feel like those bad days in Ichigaya was
Mr. Mikaseki.
a bad dream. These days, Kenji doesn't get many challengers, but he had to fend off all kinds of people back then. Ichigaya was basically practically a war zone, and so many people who got killed in the crossfire. You know, the nourishers in all of Tokyo's regions now are the ones who fled Ichigaya. Heard Kenji used to have a partner, a buddy from his Counter Demon Force days. that dude saved me when I was a human. The ponytail dude kinda reminds me of him, as far as the looks and attitudes go. I heard the dude died in actions against demons while he was covering for Kenji. So Flynn died in this time. The previous version of Flynn, I guess, died in this timeline. And maybe that's true for Blasted Tokyo as well. Wonder if that changed things. Narkira starts to get drunk around his people. He always rambles on about his dream. Says he doesn't want the people to be cooped up in this Chinese base. He wants to set them up in central Tokyo. But the guy's all talk. He's got no muscle to back it up. Then again, he's a guy who keeps his promises. With the intruders on his side, he might just make that dream come true. Damn, I'm so pissed off. I just want to smack someone right now. And no cops or law in this city anymore. Who's gonna stop me?
Okay.
A stronger
Probably
guy?
the other, probably the other demonoids.
Oh, come on.
Okay, yeah, no teleport.
Too bad you don't have the option of being like, why are you guarding it if there's no teleporter?
Akira told me to not let anyone in or out right now.
What the hell? Oh.
Akira is telling you to let them use this elevator whenever they want. These guys are my special guests. Oh? Oh! Does that mean that the intruders are finally here?
Gracious!
It seems unstable.
Always hilarious to see a country boy reacting to the big city for the first time. It's like this everywhere. There's always a few gang wars going on.
This is very different from Kiyoharu's Tokyo. Or ours.
You can do whatever you want here, as long as you got the strength to back it up. That's the rule of Tokyo.
Nice and simple.
Now's not the time to stand around and gawk at them. We're gonna be at war ourselves soon.
Are you using us to extend your influence?
Don't sweat the details. Together, we're gonna be the new kings of Tokyo. Alright,
Oh
good boys
god,
and bad.
man should make this
Let's get going,
world
Shishu.
worse by arriving.
God. I mean, it was already worse by the time we got here.
Yeah, I know, we're just like seeing an endless like variety of different apocalypses.
God, yeah, and hey, this is
My demons are a bit different.
now we see the different, the visions that our character would have earlier in the game, like, the
Yeah.
desert,
And it's
wasteland
not
in here.
one future, it's... Yeah, these are all of the different versions could happen.
Huh.
Like, this is what you get if you stop producing the red pills and just go, you know what, all of the... Like, all the people we're using to make them, they can go free, and then it turns out, oh, that makes... like a less controllable apocalypse, really? Like, it's equally bad in a different way, and it's like, oh...
Yeah. Well, especially since it'd be probably less thought out of, like, oh, what are we gonna do with the demons that are gonna flip out without the red pills? Like, do we want to, like, take, like, some sort of, like, precision strike of take care of them as they're, like, another group of people are doing it, or just lone wolf? We know what's right, we're just gonna blast everything and, say, oh shit, later, as everything goes wrong.
This is like the chaos thing.
Yeah.
And the other was like law.
Well, actually, was it law?
So,
Because it's like... Oh, go ahead.
essentially in Blasted Tokyo, the whole plan to nuke everything went off without a hitch, and now just killing off the survivors because they're not the chosen.
True. That said, you know, we were defying God's law at the end of that. Like, explicitly. Like, we were told by the God's robotic sentry meant to wipe out the survivors in, Tokyo. Or in Japan, I guess. That, like, you are explicitly going against the will of God. Jonathan's like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. And Walter's like, whatever. This sucks. Oh hey, yep. Sure is Infernal Tokyo. I love the music here.
Yeah, it's really moody. It's like, oh, this is a world just overrun by demons at this point.
Yeah, it makes me think, like, how many humans are there? Because it feels like demons need humans for, like, sustenance, but it's like,
yeah, and that's
a
why
lot
they're
of them
going,
are dead.
well, they can't kill off all of us because they still need to eat, and it's like, well, how many of them did you kill off?
Yeah. Just demons, you know, just that one, that one, grooming from Despicable Me. It's like, we invade the Earth realm, the human realm. We kill, like, nearly all the humans and take over. There's no more humans or food, and then, like, the final, like, picture or whatever, or slide or whatever, just, like, there's barely any humans left for food, and like, oh. Because, like, I guess, would they just eat each other? Can they eat each other? It's hard to tell of the metaphysical, you know, like, the repercussions of can these demons eat each other, or whatever. Because it's like they're probably gonna run out of humans if they keep going.
I will aid you. I'll aid you.
That's Suki.
Asuki, the girl that's hard to get.
The Suki hide.
Huh.
I'll aid you.
Things didn't get nuked, but they sure are on fire.
Oh, yeah. Who knew that demons love setting fires?
Ah.
I pity you. I hope you're prepared.
That guy. Reaper Guletti? I think.
I'm.
Let's look it up. Oh, apparently it's a Lola from Haitian Voodoo.
Oh.
Okay. No wonder I didn't know how to pronounce it.
I will aid you.
Gwedi is a family of Loa in Haitian Voodoo that embody death and fertility. All are known for their drum rhythm and a dance called banda. During a possession, they will drink or rub themselves a mixture of raw rum or claret and 21 habanero or goat peppers. Goat peppers? One of this family, Papa Gwedi, is believed to be the first man to ever die and is the Loa in charge of taking souls to the afterlife. He's considered a more benevolent counterpart to Baron Samedi, the Lord of Graveyards, who himself is a Gwedi. It's like, okay.
Interesting.
So it's like, this is... like, Baron Samedi is one dude and that's the species.
Burrows.
Nice. But, oh, that reminds me, at some point, I definitely need to look into more religions. Just because
Shopping
it's
around,
interesting.
huh?
Well, no, it's
I know, it's
yeah.
interesting, just like anthropologically seeing like different belief systems and going, oh, okay, I see how you arrived at this.
Yo, Akira.
Exactly.
Funny seeing you here.
I kind of had a weird education in them,
Yeah.
which you can tell because sometimes I'll just go, oh, I know this demon, but not always. Like, I don't know anything about voodoo, so I'm like, okay, I'm not familiar with this one we just came across.
Scavenging trash?
You know the routine. Oh, and today? Pass it to me in your teeth.
Boy, Akira, what the devil is this thing talking about?
We need to pay if we want to pass.
What? You're here as a conqueror of the city. Why allow them to condescend you? Show some backbone and tell them straight. I'm here to take Shinjuku.
I heard that, Akira. Your nourishers are pretty ballsy, huh? So much for my great plan. Fine, whatever.
Quickly took shelter from that young samurai.
I mean, to be fair, that is the wise decision here.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I am level 99.
Akira?
You got a surprise coming. I'll show you.
Pretty bold for you, Akira. Guess your nourishers haven't been disciplined right. So, I'll teach them how things work here. Akira, once I
Tell
deal
him.
with these nourishers, it's your turn next.
You guys have to beat him at all costs, okay?
God, this guy's such a Also, yeah, I love how, yeah, the fucked up design of, corpse that was kind of, I don't know how to describe that kind of injury. Like, yeah, like being split open like that.
There,
Like,
there are
rip-
words.
Like, ah!
What?
Good one.
You have fire.
I was gonna say that's a blood eagle, but that's more of a like opening him up from the back. Opening up the rib cage. What would that even be called? Like it's equally horrifying, but
Akira! Where'd you find these guys? This isn't fair.
where did you find these level 99 guys? This isn't fair.
Should have stood up against the future king. Learn your place.
How full of braggadocio he is.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Oh, you guys are good. Though I'd expect nothing less from my intruders. Now, let's just get rid of the leader here the same way, okay?
Oh, good work. Now kill more guys for me.
You said you wanted this game to have like 10% more humor?
Yeah, you're right. God, I'm just this wimpy, like, he doesn't even participate in the fight at all. It's just,
Yeah, it's like, you know what, you're gonna kill these guys anyway.
Great Indian gods finally decided to make some more Soma? Need to help them. They would please Shiva if I dance for them. Oh, I can't wait. Well, he's in my. Oh, no, wait. No, he's not. I fused him.
I mean, technically, you could say there's a little bit of Shiva in all of us, in that we ate him and now he's in our stomach.
oh no.
Well, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
My demons are a bit different.
This guy's dead. Block.
Nice.
also, this is the place where you grind in the DLC.
Yeah,
Yay.
I was gonna say that
Can't
earlier.
wait for another 4 hours of on-stream grinding.
God.
Oh. James, like, I know you like this game, and it's a good game in a lot of respects, and it's something in the genre that, like, if you want to pick a less grind-heavy game in the future, like, we will support you.
The next game I got is kinda grindy, but not as much as this game. It's also way shorter, so...
Yeah.
Is it, for Apocalypse?
No.
We're just moving straight onto the same story, but slightly changed.
It's a...
I don't know how different it is. How different it is...
But, yeah.
Out of the way!
Yeah, I'm guessing it's also fairly big. Imagine making the story so big that you needed 2 JRPGs to tell it.
They did that with Digital Devil's story. Digital Devil Summoner. Or no, not Summoner. Digital Devil...
Digital Devil Saga.
Saga, yeah.
Yeah, I know that because, like, it's just an inherently funny name to me for reasons I can't really explain, and there's a very long OC fic I'm writing in the buddy fight setting. Yes, I know, I talk about this too much. And the naming scheme for every chapter is they're all named after video games. Like, this is a thematic thing, because, like, the main viewpoint character just, like, sees things from the perspective of video games. That's what she knows.
Okay, Scott Pilgrim.
So, there's a chapter called Digital Devil Saga, in which there is literally a saga about a digital devil. It's the only literal one out of the whole bunch. All the other ones are, like, metaphorical.
Kenji Armstrong pretty much said that he's #1 man. Skirmishes going on now are just people fighting who gets to be #2. Well, that changes that Shinjuku's doomed to be #2 for a while. Hi. Kira Shinkan to Shinjuku, who knows will make him feel bad. Used to go there even if it meant he had to pick through garbage. I asked him about it once because it seemed weird. Said something as, I might as well do it while I'm out visiting her grave.
Oh.
Is that Monaco? Trees died, humanoids don't command demons. No one left to do our quest, help out if you ever got time. Well, if you had quests to do...
If you've got business, then hurry up and spit it out.
Huh.
Here's
I was
hoping we
wondering
don't see each other
about
alive
that.
again.
Like, oh, do demonoids summon other demons? But no. I guess they don't... they don't feel like they have to, I guess.
Hello, everybody.
Hello!
Alright,
Oh,
bring 'em out
hey,
already,
Kilazaku.
What's up?
We were talking about the Digital Devil Saga. No, we're traversing multiple different apocalypses that we keep getting kicked out of and landing in other ones, so we are being continuously isekai.
Yeah. This is just like Magical Shopping Arcade Abenobashi.
This is exactly like Magical Shopping Arcade Abenobashi. All things extant in this world, gods of heaven, gods of earth, everything be as it should be. Come on, say it. No? Oh well, I'm the only one who's seen that.
Cosmo or...
I need to finish it. It was a...
It's...
Let me
like...
tell you, I've never been so, bamboozled by watching the first episode of a show, talking about it on a podcast, and then watching the rest of it.
The first episode of Abenobashi is, this is all of the real world stuff. It's just played dead seriously as, oh, all of the old stores are just closing down. We're just like a family whose livelihood is gone, and it's like, just played completely realistic, and you get to the end of it and it's, oh, wait, what's going on? And that's just the end of episode 1.
Yeah.
And then in
And
episode
then you
2,
get to
they
the
end up
next
in another
one, and
world.
it's a completely
Every week it's
different
completely
show.
different. Like, I can't even remember what order they all go in. It's like, oh, we're in the dating sim world now, where everything is about dating sims. We're in the martial arts world, where you get to dress like Bruce Lee.
Sci-fi world, then martial arts world.
There's a lot of them. Like, there's some of them are just genuinely really funny.
Man, these go well with my shirt.
Like, I know some parts of the show are just, oh, that's kind of weird, or this hasn't aged that well, but there are parts of it that I still go, oh yeah, that was actually good.
This arms dealer has immaculate fashion sense in what he's selling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it costs, like, we need to grind for 4 hours to afford pants.
Well, I don't think this is... Were the prices
It's
that
not
expensive?
Yeah.
Not as
There's
expensive
the
as
nourishers, they all have taps in the back of their head that demons drink from.
Kenji's got Shibuya and Ikebukuro under
Doing a
his
Gregory Berrycombe there.
control, and only region is under them, now he's Shinjuku. But yeah, I almost forgot, some dude's gaming Kira's making a play for Katsumi Gasuki.
James, I don't know what you're mispronouncing because I have the stream minimize here.
It was Kasumi Gaseki?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
To be fair, these are some awkward words to pronounce. It's like when they're talking about specific types of Chinese rice wine, you're pronouncing them wrong, and I'm going, okay, I can't be angry at you for that.
Well, it's easy when you're focusing on saying one word in a sentence.
Kasumi Gaseki. Huh? You're from Kasumi Gaseki? You mean you're from Akira's Sorry crew? I feel sorry for the nourishers stuck with that loser. They probably never get a moment's rest, since this tiny weak crew can't possibly own many nourishers.
Damn.
It's like mash up the words nourish and neural, you know?
Yeah, I
know it's a terrible decision. Sorry. I know it's my own decision. Becoming a nourisher was such a terrible idea. I feel like a cow or something, only allowed to feed those above me on the food chain.
I wonder what the author meant by this.
I chosen differently at Ichigaya that day.
Yeah. Also, God.
But yeah, I just linked the, like, the guy going, oh, 11% of her personality is making literary references nobody else gets because I'm talking about my own unpublished books. And it's like, I want to punch this guy, and I know this is like making up a guy to get mad at. It's like, yeah.
Extremely funny.
Does this teleport work?
This is the infernal Shinjuku terminal. What do you want to do,
Nice.
Mister?
Also, I'm still thinking about that for Nourisher.
Nourisher.
Nourisher woman.
Nourisher.
We're here.
Neural.
What should we do?
Nourisher. Sure,
Because
woman.
brains, you know?
Yes, I get it. The brains, I'm trying to talk! Who was just like, oh, I'm like, please don't hurt me, I can't see that well. I'm like, oh no. But then, God, just a whiplash of like, oh, you're with Akira? That chump? Like,
Oh, you're that chump Akira? Man, you must really suck.
I wouldn't let a guy like you drink my brain.
Yeah.
yeah. God.
What's this foul smell? It smells like garbage. Oh, why, it's Akira the Scavenger, isn't it? You did get permission from the guard to weasel in here, right? If not, I'll snap you right in half, you hear? Say, Akira,
It
who's that
sounds like
behind
Kitty
you?
wanted to do that.
Oh, do it, Kitty. How's
Oh,
how's
my
that?
voice got really sore. Like, my throat got sore. I was trying to say something, but then my throat, like...
No, I'm just like, man, if I talk over anyone, like, please, like, tell me and I'll stop. Sorry.
Sorry. Just had a cough for a second, but... say, Akira, who's that you have there with you, huh? Intruders? Give me a break. They're probably just nourishers with some nifty toys they found somewhere, right? Why are you so desperate to entertain us? Jeez.
Damn it.
Huh? Boss, he's over there on the other side of the shutter. Why? He's not the kind of guy who can see without an appointment. Get your ass home before you get yourself killed.
Oh, nice. That's my voice for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God. I love that we're with the weeniest gang leader, apparently.
It wouldn't be any fun if they like went, oh, we joined the strongest gang leader.
Yeah, true.
Spawning into the game after you've clearly already started winning.
Yeah. It's like, strongest gang leader doesn't need our help. Akira absolutely does. And we're going to upset the delicate balance of like Hell Tokyo. This one Tokyo? What was it called?
Infernal Tokyo.
Infernal Tokyo, that's the name.
So, like, not that far off, honestly. But yeah, love fucking up the balance of this weird ecosystem.
I'll aid you.
Isn't God? No, it's really interesting seeing this just because like this is like Mary, you said it earlier. Like this is kind of like what would happen to the Tokyo Prime, I guess. I'll call it that. Of like, what happens if they go for the pure chaos route? Of yeah, fuck yeah, let's add more demons to the world, and then the people who survive become cool and strong, and can like overcome them or whatever. While the weak perish. Like you get this. You basically get Earth 2, the worst sequel of Earth, where it's just yeah, there's just gang wars everywhere and like weird demon intersocial politics.
Do you want to go on?
Like God.
Who are you?
Oh.
But on the other hand, it's finally socially acceptable to wear a cool mask outside. So who's really to say if it's good or bad?
Listen,
you got a point there.
There are states where they're probably going to try outlawing wearing a mask.
Never heard of you.
Do
you commit this outrage knowing that I am Maha Mayuri?
Hear me and tremble. I've come to take over Shinjuku.
You have spoken unwisely, foolish one. Do not think you can leave here alive.
Whoa, don't be so hasty. You'll be fighting these three, not me.
Fucking Akira.
Get him!
No wonder everyone calls you a chump, Akira. Jesus Christ.
Rule this world. This is the battlefield, a precipitous peak. I shall bring all my might to bear in defeating you. Can you overcome the power that reigns over this land? Come, my demons.
That's a lot of demons.
Yeah, the thing is, like, horde battles are fairly easy, so if you're fighting one demon, it's, oh, we got to be careful about this. If you're fighting 50 demons, you go, oh, they're all chumps.
Oh no,
Like,
I just...
It's the inverse ninja theorem at work.
Yeah, I was about to say Dr. McNinja's inverse, like, the ninja theory of just... If
There's
have
one ninja left, he's gonna be tough. If there's 50 ninjas, you can just, like, kill them.
Yeah. God.
Another one. Team already won.
People these days know what the inverse ninja theorem is? Is that a reference people get?
Yeah, there's a TV trope of something like that, and I can't remember what it is. Inverse ninjutsu theorem or something. It's... who knows?
I hope you're prepared.
They probably renamed it like they did with a bunch of tropes at one point.
Huh.
Like a whole bunch of just seemingly at random new and actually we came up with a better name for it. It's like I can't remember what the new name is.
A lot of the new
Yeah.
names were just terrible. They were just
Yeah.
super literal.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
I
unfortunately.
will not.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not
it
gonna
beats
like
the
preach
original
about
one
the
of
sanctity of the original TV tropes.
yeah, there's a
but,
lot of ones they had to change, both for oh we put some really offensive stuff in these, and also oh we've named them after really specific references people won't get. There's a middle ground between that and just making ones that are completely impossible to remember.
Yeah. It's also a question of internal culture with, you know, the main
Yeah.
set of editors within a wiki and stuff
God,
like
TV tropes are a trash fire of a place if you know any
that.
of the
I
editors.
would guess. I mean, it's too popular to be anything but, really. But anything, I mean, what are the great trash fires of the world? Like, the Villains
Yeah.
wiki, the Versus Battle wiki,
The
the Dragon
Villains
Ball
wiki.
Fanon wiki.
Like, any fanon wiki is gonna be terrible. These are people who want to talk about their fan fiction but don't want to write it.
Well, I mean, the Versus Battle wiki is, like, even worse. It's literally
It's like-
nerds optimizing the
Well,
fun
I'm
out of
actually
writing
a
fanfiction.
power raider, so you can trust my estimation of whether Goku would beat Superman.
Yeah,
I-
listen, just one
that's-
time Goku dodged the author's words. If we can see in this comedy 4-coma, the bullet he dodged traveled between panels, meaning that Goku's speed is actually trans-dimensional. I was just sitting here and it's like, you could just write a funny little story about Goku meeting Superman and like going out to get ice cream, but no, you're doing this.
Like, if you want to write them fighting, do it. It's whatever makes for a good story is the result.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. This ends up in stuff like the Zudsverse, which is someone going, no, I'll write a story where I have all the power levels planned out, everyone will win according to their power level. And it's awful, and no one, even people who like that kind of stuff, actually want to read it. So that's not a good way to write a story.
because, I mean, if you just go, oh, if you have a higher power level, you always win, it's just like, okay, where's the tension in your story then?
Yeah.
Also,
And then
just
it's like,
because...
and in a real story, the villains would win, and it's like, okay, oh, then your
Okay.
story is over, your hero's dead, cool, I guess.
It's like, okay, well,
Also,
so you don't want an underdog story? You don't want people having clever planning? It's just, no, my villain is more powerful, he kills you.
he just punches better.
Yeah.
Shinjuku
Well,
is
listen, I
nice.
hate when people use hacks or have such thing as a... I mean, first off, we need to bloodlust everyone so their pesky personality doesn't get in the way of the fighting.
Personality is a huge part of fights, not like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There's a lot of like abilities that are objectively really powerful in the hands of people who are just not capable of using them right, either because they're idiots or they have a personality that won't let them
That's an
like just
amazing...
go
All of these
straight up
designs
and
are so
kill
good.
people. Yeah,
Akira,
it's like
you should deliver the good news to your friends
Or
in
like
Kasumi
Hunter x
Gaseki.
Hunter talking about things like, well, yeah, if you're like in bad condition, if you didn't sleep, you're probably gonna lose against a guy that you might have won against if you like had 8
yeah,
hours of
Hunter x
sleep and
Hunter
ate
is
a vegetable
actually
every now and
good
again.
about that. Because there are very few characters who are just, oh, this guy has a bigger power level than you, like,
Dream about this white world. These
and
Yeah.
they can be beaten, but oh, someone's logged onto Twitter, huh?
Yeah.
The white.
This
The
So
white-
funny. This reminds me of in Digimon Cyber Sleuth, there's an extended quest line where they want you to get a picture of this mysterious ghost figure, which they only refer to as the white boy. So you really need to get pictures of the white boy. Oh my god, the white boy is in the background of this picture!
We are samurai.
Play that funky music, white boy. Play it until you
for
die.
the sake of our homeland, even if it puts you at a disadvantage.
I don't think this place is so bad. Might makes right. Simplicity of it appeals to me.
Walter, you could have been so
about
cool, but
Do you want to return to our world of
but-
origin?
but like to pivot because that's one thing that's frustrating to me about the.
Is he not wearing a shirt under his jacket?
He's not.
Alas, we do have to return. Our hands are full enough dealing with our own world's crises.
Fair enough. We still have a big fight ahead of us anyway.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's kick that Kenji's ass.
Oh yeah, we
Kenji's
still
out
have to fight
with
Kenji's.
China. I hear he has the remote too.
Nice.
I'll register that as a new quest.
But oh yeah, I was gonna
Really
say.
wants to change the channel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say like Walter, like he was like so close to be like, oh man, there's these tyrants that use authority, their authority to do what they want and like take advantage of people. And it's like, oh, you're so close. And then he's
I
like,
should
oh,
end the
I
reign
want
of
to be
terror
there.
and start my own reign of terror.
Like I want to be
More
the
like
strong one to
under
defend
new
everything.
management.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
should be the strong one making all the rules. It's like, wouldn't
I
you
want to
just-
be the big rat that makes all the rules.
God. Yeah.
Yeah,
It could have
He's
like he
the
could have
guy
been so
that-
cool.
so it would be cool to have him
It's your
go,
pleasure.
like, to have an ounce of self-awareness and go, and nobody should have that power. No, and only I should have that power. But I guess, like,
We
sure.
We should topple
does
this
something
corrupt
else.
king, yes, and break
You
his
get
kingdom,
business, but hurry up
yes,
and spit it.
and
Here's
replace
hoping
him
we
with a
both see
nice,
each other
good
alive.
king. Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the thing too, it would have at least been better if he had said something that was like, oh, I have faith in my own like integrity and morals that I think I can like, and like by my strength I can make this a better world, instead of just going, oh, the strong, I want to create the world where the strong decide
have-
fate for the weak or whatever, and it's like, why
I
would you
have
say it
a-
like that?
I have faith in the integrity of this knuckle sandwich.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, just like something, but he literally, like, almost literally said, like, oh, like, I want to go with the demons and, like, the world where the strong, where, like, might makes right. And it's like, what? Like, why would he say it like that? Like, why not just say,
Yeah.
like, that you want to make a better world? Because, like, I think in the stream that happened, we also found out that, like, oh, in the, like, kind of, like, modern Tokyo, underneath the feudal Lord Tokyo, there's a even more lower class where it's like, oh, they're just farming their like neurons. They're like farming people's neurons to like feed demons, basically, with something called
Yeah,
red
making
pills.
red pills out.
And it's like, yeah, and it's absolutely horrific, right? And like, yeah, it's like you find out about this, it's like, oh, this is absolutely horrifying, and I'm skipping some details here, but it's like, oh, this sucks, and then you find out like some angels have like taken over like the Mikado, the kingdom you're from, and they're like, oh, hey, you they want to like just leave it alone and just destroy the demon Lilith. Like, yeah, just leave it alone because we want it to stay that way. And it's like, oh, so they're just cool with like the evil fucking human farm, huh? And I thought Walter would be like, oh, this sucks, we need to do something about it. But no, like, well, I want to be the next tyrant, I guess. And it's like,
Yeah.
why would you say it like that after saying the human farm, the farm for
It
humans?
comes with society with different standards. It's just like, yeah, okay. You want to be the next tyrant?
No, yeah.
Do you want organic? Do you want artificially organized fascism or organically grown fascism?
God.
getting a drink.
Alright. Yeah, God. Oh, SMT. Because I know that's like a big thing in the games like Chaos. You know, usually lean towards like demons and whatnot, and like, oh, just, you know, the right of the strong to determine things for the weak. But it's just like, come on, at least work your way there instead of just jump the gun. Just immediately jumping the gun to like, oh, this guy is seeing all this horrific shit and being like, oh, this sucks, and then going, I want to be the next tyrant. Like, you were so close.
Yeah.
He wants to be the
I mean,
guy.
that's like the big SMP thing, though, isn't it? The whole, well, this world sucks. I just found this cool angel. I think I'm in favor of overthrowing everybody and worshipping God, and now everyone being enslaved forever.
Yeah.
I think something like that exactly happens in SMT2. It's like overthrow. There's this guy who really wants to overthrow the government, and then it turns out he's Satan, and he says the government was doing it wrong.
God. That sounds. God. Oh no, I just now remembered a Marvel show where it's like the villains that need to be punched and beat up by the Winter Soldier and the new Captain America are anarchists who are just like want to do fucked up and evil shit because they need to be villains. So like,
You know, this reminds me of the amazing in air quotes Boruto arc, where they fight like a group of in the of themselves fairly conservative revolutionaries in one of the villages in Boruto, and 3 separate members, unprompted and without communicating with each other, of this revolutionary group all go, haha, secretly I didn't care about ideals, I just like murdering people, haha.
Oh god.
If that isn't like the most clear example of what's wrong with the writing of Boruto, and by extension a lot of Naruto, I don't know what is.
No, it's not just Naruto. Oh, go ahead.
God, Naruto is like... Not only is it like a Chosen One story, it's about the most chosen and divine and genetically chosen.
Naruto, you were dead last in your class, and you just barely qualified as a ninja. You can get there with hard work, and courage, and guts, and determination, and also the magical powers that your father, the President of the United States of America, left to you.
I don't know if that's a
I also think it's so funny how it's that show on a point that like I think doesn't get brought up enough. Completely lets the third Hokage off the hook for like, first off, complete child neglect, actively sending children into the murder forest, and also the genocide at the side, that too.
Yeah.
It never ever even tries to have him have any accountability at all.
Oh, he was that wise old man that listened to me once. It's like, Naruto, he is the reason that you didn't get adopted.
Literally, and it's like, for
He's
what?
the reason you had to live on your own.
Watching you in his
years.
crystal ball, getting bullied, doing nothing about it.
And it's like, Naruto's really learning how to use this new power. And it's like, no thanks to you, old man.
God.
Yeah, Naruto is...
But it's fine.
Like, Naruto... No, go ahead.
But it's fine because he's like super Jesus also. He's like actually like a reincarnation.
The reason Naruto upsets me more than Bleach is that Bleach never pretends to be about anything. Bleach has absolutely no aspirations to be a story that is about things.
So when they team up with the ultra-fascist Soul Society and go, yeah, actually things are okay here, then it's like, okay,
whatever.
Bleach, we had no standards for you.
Yeah,
Naruto,
exactly. Naruto
looks
tries
like
to have
it's
a
building
message.
to a point, and bear with me, is It looks like it's building to the point the ninja system is inherently corrupt. We need to dismantle it because there can be no peace as long as there are ninjas, like, operating the capacity there are. Like, the Hokage system is completely messed up. Like,
It's so funny how right Sasuke was about everything.
yeah, Sasuke was
Go
actually
him.
in the right here, saying, hey, we should just disband ninjas to make our society not be about, like, ultimate killing warriors who inevitably go insane and like operate under their own, like, they do not operate under anyone's orders, essentially. They just constantly just form
Maybe
things like
a
Akatsuki
society
and
of
kill a bunch of
sovereign
people.
military states that only have war as their central business.
Yeah.
Can't
And it looks like maybe Naruto's going, hey, you got a point there, and he's like, I'll still be the Hokage though. And since this series is about ninjas and we want a sequel, we can't get rid of that system, so...
So
and then
it
there's
said,
Boruto.
hey, Mr. Nazi war crime scientist, you can work with us now, it's fine, just no more evil experiments. Hey, did you mess with children again? Oh, you. Orochimaru at it again.
Orochimaru's...
God.
It's so funny that he never gets any kind of comeuppance, but bigger villains show up, so we just kind of forget about it, and he's around, and no one's dealing with it anymore.
Oh, it's the same thing with Soul Society. Who's the, like, mad scientists?
Oh yeah,
Captain guy? Who is...
Kurotsuchi?
Yeah.
Arguably
who
even
did
worse
kind of
as a
murder a
person.
village of people, yeah?
And at least, like, 50% of the people Orochimaru does, like, evil science experiments on are volunteers, comparatively speaking.
Yeah, like... They're... Ichigo's like, yeah, we've teamed up with Soul Society. It's all a misunderstanding. Kurotsuchi's still, like, murdering entire villages of people. And they just go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, well...
It's just like pouring
Ichigo's
poison in the
very-
river, and it's like, oh, what science will this serve? And he just, like, tilts his head, and it's like, you know what, we don't want to know.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not like they very much actively interact. I don't know if they ever actually canonically meet. Like Ichigo and Kurotsuchi. Like can't remember any scenes where they like.
I don't
in
think
the
they
same
do,
room
just because
together.
there's so many characters. 'Cause
Well,
whenever
listen, Tite
whenever
Kubo
the author
loves
go-
introducing a group of 11 new guys.
Yeah.
God.
And it's always like, oh yeah, here's 20 dudes that I've just introduced to move the plot along, and it's like, how many of these are going to be relevant past this arc? None of them, really. You gonna kill them off? No.
No.
And they all have cool designs. It's like, wow, this guy's great at designing characters and like doing fashion stuff, and it's like, this is not the
Boy
right fit for
Shinji
Bleach.
Never ever getting a single dub in his entire screen time.
Yeah.
Favorite Bleach character. Shinjiriko.
Honestly,
Wish he
like,
got to do
Bleach-
things.
Bleach starts off really strong. Like, the initial group of like humans working with Rukia, like, Chad has a really good storyline. It's like, oh, this is a really compelling character. I wonder what antics he'll get up to. And mostly he's just brought on screen so people can say, oh, Chad, he's the most powerful of your group, I'll kill him in one hit.
Yeah.
Just every time.
I mean,
There's
listen,
Orihime, who kind of becomes a damsel in distress, and all of the others just don't really get to do anything ever.
Well, there's Ishida. It's so funny that Ishida barely gets to do anything in a dedicated Quincy arc.
Oh yeah, there's the Quincy arc, and the one Quincy in the group doesn't do anything. He has no plot importance anymore, because they introduced like 100 characters since then.
Well, he's important.
It's like
to the
Chrono
plot, he just
Cross.
doesn't get any screen time.
Yeah. And people go, oh, okay, are you gonna go back to any of these characters? And it's like, no, only the ones that won the popularity polls. So it's
Yeah.
the one
You want
ice
another
guy in Soul
Hitsugaya
Society.
movie?
God, the Hitsugaya movie. He did not need a movie.
No, he did. Didn't you see the big #1 next to his popularity poll result? This is where the Fullbringer arc is the best arc, and everyone's a whiny baby about it just because Ichigo's power level isn't 10 billion gazillion anymore.
Yeah. Again, Bleach is one of those shows that has so much potential, and I don't think it ever realized, like, from Soul Society onwards, it's a downward slope, like a rapidly downward slope.
I would say I think most of the arcs have like a similar amount of writing problems, but I do think I really
it just
enjoy
keeps
Fullbringer for
compounding,
what it
'cause it's
is.
like...
Fullbringer tries a lot of cool things, it's an interesting restart point for the series, and then everyone hated it, and then Taikubo went the complete opposite direction and wrote by far the worst arc in the entire series.
Yeah.
You want more lore? Okay. Oh no.
Yeah.
I did not... The Quincy's don't even use bows. There's like 2 Quincy's that use a bow in an entire arc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
It's
We
just
ran
wild.
over, I guess.
Yeah. It's wild that, like, most of my conception of Bleach and Naruto is actually these shows had some good stuff in them. Is, oh wait, no, this is some fan fiction, wasn't it? People
for me,
have
it's mostly
taken those
just-
ideas. Yeah.
For me, it's just mostly thinking about the... I just think of the woke cool action scene and like fun character moment stuff in Bleach, and I think about Naruto. Naruto always makes me upset retroactively with all the stupid decisions.
Very well.
Yeah, pretty much everything to do with the Uchihas was a... okay, sure, kind of moment.
No, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even want to get into it.
Listen, we have 4 hours to fill on these streams. We can talk about Naruto. Well, unless James tells us to stop, in which case we absolutely will, because I can get as being annoying.
I wanted to say that, like...
Sure, go ahead, James.
Remember Rock Lee?
Yeah.
Buddy, I
Yeah.
remember Rock
I don't know.
Remember how he worked hard to, like, get where he was?
Yeah, he worked so hard to get where he was, and then he just gets obliterated in every fight. And it's like, oh,
Basically
okay.
disabled, like, in terms of the ninja society anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you know.
He ends
Didn't
up
serve
being
his
like...
purpose to ninjas.
He's what the author seems to think Naruto is.
I mean,
It's like,
I
oh,
also,
he's working there, hard
sorry.
work, and he's struggling and making friends and stuff, and it's like... Naruto just has that, and it's like, oh, actually, no, you are the nine-tailed fox, you are the son of the old Hokage, you have extra bloodline powers that you didn't know you had, and it's like, okay. And it's like, fine, sure, it's okay to have that. Also having the, oh, and also, like, somehow everyone still thinks you're the worst, despite having all of this privilege, and it's like, okay, what's going on there?
Yeah, no, I mean, now, I'm just thinking of how they were, like, so morally outraged when we get the backstory in the Zabuza arc, where it's like, and they made two of the kids each kill each other to determine who could be a ninja, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's awful. And then 2 weeks later, they get sent into the murder forest with all the other kids. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
Death is
normal.
just a name. You can all survive. And it like has like a 90%
Technically,
death rate or something.
Yeah, like, a bunch of fucking
It's
random kids
not
dying that. It's
bad.
like, oh yeah, you know, this is fine, because they don't need to kill each other. They're just incentivized to kill each other.
God.
You only get bonus points for murder.
What? There's
Sub-
point
sub-
system?
No, it's just... yeah.
No, the Forest of Death is your team is given a scroll to guard, which is either Heaven or Earth scroll, and you have to get the corresponding one from any other team. and if you got both of them at the end of the week, you win the game, and you go to the next round.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, half the teams at minimum will be eliminated.
Eliminated, if not just murdered.
Yeah, but most of the time you just end up dead. If that happens, it's like, yeah.
Zabuza are also made an interesting point in that there's like people who like have to like burn ninja bodies and like destroy their heads because otherwise people could steal their bloodline powers, and we wouldn't want that now, do we?
Yeah, and there's the whole thing of like, oh, bloodline powers are like rare and they're hunted to near extinction, and then you find out, oh, there's like 20 Uchihas.
That entire storyline with the Hyuga clan and the eye stealing, and they're like, well, you murdered the guy that was trying to steal your daughter's eyeballs, and that's very rude, so now you're going to have to send us a nice apology letter and another set of eyeballs.
Yeah.
Wild.
Good business, then hurry up and spit it.
There's so much potential in the story, it's just like, at the end of it, the author kind of realizes, oh, I can't actually resolve any of this because I want to keep making money.
I can't actually say any of the people in power were evil. Oops.
Like, also, the character there who was like antagonizing Naruto, saying you can't become a Hokage, you have to be born one, is completely correct in Naruto.
Oh god.
I mean, that's so true though. I mean, okay. You know what's a shonen manga I really like? Welcome to Demon School Iramaku. Which is also technically an isekai, if you will, although...
Didn't you say it
really
didn't count as an isekai after reviewing it for your isekai podcast?
I mean, I really like Iruma-kun, but that's also because it's a really nice show where it's like a protagonist that sort of genuinely has an arc and a struggle to overcome, because Iruma's struggle isn't that he doesn't have the power to solve problems, it's that he has the power to solve problems but doesn't have the willpower necessary or like the conviction to determine himself to do that. He doesn't have the necessary sort of fulfillment as a person to understand what it means to like work for the sake of yourself and others. And him slowly developing as a person and learning that makes for a really satisfying arc throughout the manga that worked out really well. It's welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun. Really good. And I love it. I like that it manages to not even just be about fighting. It has arcs about fighting and goes back and is like, and now the school play, and that's more important. Which, baller.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to make like a tier list of shonen manga for a while now, since I already wasted so much time reading 500 chapter series in my life. I might as well make one. Oh, I recently read a real old school classic. I read Saint Seiya, at least the first series of Saint Seiya.
Really old.
That's... Saint Seiya is really fun in an even more sort of basic sense than Bleach. It's absolutely like stripped bare to the essentials of we see a group of guys, we beat up a group of guys, there's a new group of guys. Like, it is so... But it's so... It is so comical in its exaggeration of this, like, basic formula. And I love the old school art. I love that everyone's attacks is just them striking a pose and a picture of a big animal.
I want to say that was
appears.
early 80s.
Yeah, it's really old. It's before Dragon Ball.
No, yeah.
And like, whenever anyone does an attack, it's just a picture of a big animal and they make a pose, and there is not even any transition panels to the opponent just flying 500 feet up in the air backwards and exploding in blood.
Hell
Simply, like,
yeah.
figure out what happened yourself. Not gonna explain what any of these moves do or how they work, but
Just
a
pose an
knight is
animal
never hit by
appears
the
and
same
someone
move
dies.
twice. Well, the thing is, a knight never gets hit by the same move twice. It never works twice on you, so you can have an excuse for everyone's armor to be dramatically shattered by the first hit. And then, because you don't really understand how the attacks work anyway, you can kind of buy that they figured out how it worked and dodged it, maybe. It's pretty great. There's a character that they meet who dies in the first arc, but in every subsequent arc then joins the good guy team by rematerializing himself from space dust, beating the strongest villain and then dying again, which he does 5 times.
Oh.
It's really, really fun once you're sort of in for, like, extremely straightforward series about dudes punching each other. And
Hell
all
yeah.
the classic foibles that shonen manga comes with of, like, of course the girl's gonna get sidelined, of course there's gonna be some, like, ridiculously conservative standpoint being taken, but it's also just so silly.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. I didn't finish watching through it, but I remember watching through some of Captain Harlock, and it's like, it was actually kind of refreshing to watch, like, a 70s anime that's just like, you know what, we're just gonna do shit, and we're not gonna, and it's like, you know what, Captain Harlock is the coolest motherfucker ever. This is a fact. You cannot argue this. We're going out of our way to show that he's the coolest fucker ever. Who, like,
well,
once, like, they were going through, like, a jungle or whatever, and, like, getting some, like, ancient artifact, and then it's like, okay, wait, we can't, like, we had to be careful. We can't destroy any of the plants here. They're probably the alien agents in disguise. And then it cuts directly to, like, the queen of the aliens, who are, like, plant people. Like, he made a wise decision not attacking our people there. Well, like, no one, we'll let him go for now. And it's like, what? It's like, okay. And then he has the biggest fucking spaceship on, like, from the planet Earth that, and he says, like, stupid shit. Let me find it. Like, it was like, oh, his ship can have, like, a bayonet or, like, at the front of it, and he can ram, like, and he can use it to ram into other ships. And he says, like, it's like lawless pirate battle style technique or something dumb like that. I'm like, this kicks ass. Like, I love this because it's like, you know,
it's like,
I mean, at some point it reduces it to the, like, actual narrative pretense of, like, why is our guy willing? Because he's winning because he's cool and he's right. And the villain is losing because he's evil and wrong, and that's what the story is about.
Yeah, it's kind of refreshing because it's like, especially with, like, you know, so many things care about trying to be cool in different ways, but some, you know, like the 70s, like, you know, they kind of had a point there. Sometimes you just declare, yeah, this guy's the coolest person ever. Actually,
sometimes you gotta have to him just. A scene absolutely indicative of what the 70s were like in writing is a scene where someone, after fighting several guys who say at least they can punch at light speed and run around the entire Earth so fast that you didn't see the move, is don't bother trying to escape from my chains. They can even hold down a grizzly bear.
Oh man, a grizzly bear?
So ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, and then you have the villains who just say things like, I've cast aside all morals. I can even kill women and children. just right there.
Yeah. I mean, like,
God.
I'm watching, like, a lot of YouTube retrospectives and, like, hey, here's a video about this weird obscure anime you've never heard of. Then hearing about things like Charge Man Ken, where it's just like every episode is completely insane and no scene seems to follow on from the others. It's just like, yeah, things are happening and you're gonna accept they're happening.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I
Charge
really
Man
enjoyed
Ken
reading
is
the original
notorious.
Getter Robo. That manga rips. Get a Robo is super good. Just what if we had to find the 3 most fucked up guys in the world because anyone who's not the coolest, most dangerous motherfucker on the planet will die if we put them in this robot.
Yeah, God, I love how unhinged these guys look. It's great. Like,
I've been waiting for
Oh yeah.
glad to hear that they are. I've never watched. I've watched.
In my dream, it was this giant room,
Oh.
like a dome.
Ah, I understand.
Genji dies. I'll finally be king of Tokyo.
Does he count as a cat boy?
You know what? He is the saddest little Mew Mew of demon,
He's
so it
sad
counts.
little meow meow.
Saddest little meow meow.
The
Yeah.
little meow meow. He's the king of demons.
Rules have never been my thing. Frankly, I want to make Tokyo a place where we can all be equal.
Oh?
This
You mean to
demon.
have the strong and weak both be treated alike? Is that truly equality?
Walter.
Walter, I'm
What do
gonna
you
kick
think?
your fucking
This
ass.
is strange. No?
No, he'd
Shit.
be into that.
Too bad. I'm gonna kick his ass so
He'd
much that he
go,
won't
oh
be
no,
into
that's
it.
okay.
I'm just gonna post something in the voice chat real quick. This is
Yeah.
probably my favorite single panel from Saint Seiya.
I can't say
Like,
I
you could
agree.
fit this in light
Everybody has
novel
his own
names, and we
opinion.
would go, yeah, okay.
You're staking your own life for the benefit of others, yes? Then you'll need to be stronger, King Akira.
You're talking him up from full demon communism to fascism.
God, yeah. I kind of wish there was more of a ramp up to that for Walter. 'Cause it's still, I know I won't get into that because I already got into that like an hour
The thing
ago.
is, yeah, we could have a. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe, like, only the strong ruling over. Yeah, maybe this demon guy's right.
Yeah,
Like, even just have him voice just one concern. Is like, no. Full fascism now, he says.
ugh. But no, let me read this panel as I sip some. No.
Against me, I have not an ounce of remorse. I can calmly kill women and children. I was like, okay. I'm serious, put that in made-up light novel names. Win some points. There aren't no such thing as points. Like, at
No.
most you get Cat who stares at gay people and Haruhi blasting you with guns.
Those are points. Actually, you get 100 points if someone pins your pins
Yeah.
your post.
They're like... The rule is, I never pin anything I
How
post
many-
in
how
Isekai
many do I
namings.
get
That's
for,
not public.
Cat's foot Iron Claw reaction?
Cat's food, iron claw. No surgeons scream for more. At paranoia's poison door. 21st century schizoid man. It's a King Crimson song.
Love that
Hence
song.
it being the king in the court of the Crimson King. Like, it's an album cover.
Oh, that reminds me,
Oh.
the whole guy posing an animal thing is how people think JoJo works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is weird,
like-
because JoJo's very much like the opposite of that. Well, not the opposite, but like a distinct evolution.
Exactly, like...
The converse, not exact inverse, but very like, it's very like in depth of like how these things work, and people trying to manipulate that to the best of their ability.
Yeah, but people
Yeah.
who don't know anything about anime will go, oh, they pose dramatically, like a big strong muscle dude comes out at them and then their opponent dies, and it's like,
And they'll pretend that's
That's
bad
Saint
and
Seiya.
dumb, and not the, where we peaked.
You're right.
yeah.
But also, I mean, technically from the viewpoint of the person being attacked, that's how King Crimson works.
See?
Yeah.
And okay, here I'm gonna put a big target on my head and say something personal. I think Jujutsu Kaisen has the worst possible combination of the two, where someone will just shoot a big Kamehameha energy ball at someone, but then they'll also spend 4 pages explaining how they're shooting a Kamehameha energy ball in Magic Techno Babble. Where I'm just like, it's cool. I
It's
get
cool.
it.
We
The
know what a
exact
Kamehameha
mechanics of this
is.
don't matter.
Oh, wait,
Like,
which series? I might have missed one.
Jujutsu Kaisen. It's a
I don't
more
know that.
recent anime. I've not actually seen it.
Oh, okay.
It's
okay.
pretty
It's
popular, but I
very-
don't know anything about it.
It's very not for me specifically, but it's
Yeah.
probably pretty okay.
No, that kind of reminds me of when I tried watching Bleach a few times. Like, back when just watching it on like Adult Swim or whatever. I think it came on like late Toonami, something like that. Anyway, I was like, no, I'll try watching some Bleach, and then it's like someone does an attack, and then there's a big internal internal monologue about how the attack works. Like, how can I get through this? And then they counterattack, and then their opponent also has a big internal monologue about how, like, they could potentially, avoid that attack or whatever. And it's like, this sure is a lot of talking, and it's not like really. There's ways to just shorten, that it could be done shorter or anything, but it kind of felt like they wanted to make it. They wanted that length from people.
Yeah, you get into problems when you start describing things that, like, you can have absolutely no comprehension of how hard or easy or, like, mechanically they work as a person. Like, you can say, oh, this technique is so hard to do, only 1 in a million people can do it. You might not be able to pull it off, but in the confines of a story, that doesn't mean anything. That just means he's gonna do it, right? Whereas, like, something like, oh, if he gets around the corner, I can hit him with my car, but if he doesn't, I can, like, throw a grenade around the corner, is something that's, like, mechanically meaningful to a person outside because you understand the different consequences of both actions, as opposed to vaguely being described that one of them is more difficult than the other.
Yeah,
Watch out. He's beating your 1 in 10,000 technique that only 1 in 10,000 people can do with the 1 in a million technique. Now let me tell you what that
Every single person in the
is.
story can do, but totally only 1 in a billion.
God. But yeah, I think another thing with how Bleach did it as well is that, great. It felt like if it was in a manga, like if you're reading it, then like it wouldn't be as bad if like an attack and then you're reading like their eternal dialogue. But because it's in the show, it just kills the pacing whenever it's like, oh, we're gonna eternal dialogue each other after every odd attack. And it's like, okay, just share the choice.
Sorry, I just remembered another thing in Saint Seiya that absolutely ripped. Okay, at some point, a series, when main characters put together as like Athena's knights, there's a series of black knights that show up that are like evil versions of the good knights, and they all look exactly like the main characters in black armor, okay? This never gets brought up. They're just 4 random dudes that happen to look exactly like our main characters that happen to wear armor where it looks exactly like theirs. There is no lore explanation for this whatsoever.
Look, sometimes you get used to drawing a certain face and body type, and you just kind of reuse it again. You don't worry about it.
It rips. I wish anime would just not think it's too cool to just introduce a guy that looks like a main character but evil and then not explain why at all.
Black. Oh no, who's Goku? No, he's not. He's not related to Goku at all, but he's in Tree of Might.
The Tree of Might. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. It's like, he's just a guy that looks like Goku. There is no
say, all
story here.
Saiyans look vaguely similar. Like, sure, of course, he might just look like you. It's like, okay, sure.
Why does he look like that? Because it would be cool if we had a guy that looked like Goku but was evil.
Yeah, I mean, know what? When I was like a kid and watched that movie, like, yeah, no, that was tight as hell. So, like, good job.
Yeah,
did it.
exactly. I wish anime wouldn't like be so try hard
It's
about
not. He's your
finding
secret
excuses to
brother.
do something that's cool. You can
Yeah.
just do it. There are no rules.
There are no rules anymore.
But yeah, I love going back to read old things and watch old things just because I love having like a full picture of like the history and development of like genres and artistic influences on each other and like where certain ideas, narrative conventions started. Like reading Saint Seiya and then reading Dragon Ball, you just really understand how much Dragon Ball changed the game in terms of what a like shonen manga is.
Look, I told you before.
Like
It's a
Dragon
sad
Ball was like the
accident, but
inception
that's the
of
risk
the
you
sort of
take with fusion.
comedy drama fusion that the genre eventually became. Whereas before that, it was definitely just a part where you punch people.
You knew the risks when
Which
you
is
signed
funny
up
in
to
its
become a
own right,
demon,
but
right?
just very different in terms of development. And similar to that, I read
There's no way to
Rikyo.
reverse the process. Give
I'm
up.
not sure if you guys know
I've
that
heard
series.
of it.
It's,
I couldn't tell you anything
yeah.
about it, but it's like the name is
It's
familiar.
a man gets put in a prison in a world that's like not post-apocalyptic, but more like apocalyptic in the way real world is apocalyptic. Of like everything's like politically garbage,
Yeah.
and then he like punches his way out of prison and punches all the prison guys to death. And then he proceeds to get trapped in 7 more increasingly elaborate situations that he has to punch himself out of by punching a Nazi's ribcage so hard his heart pops out his back.
Sure. Good for him.
God.
I mean, it's not very sensitive necessarily in its handling, but it does rip. It is just a series about how fascists suck and prisons are bad, and Rikio is going to punch everybody to death that does it.
God. Also, real quick, while you're like talking, I think I was gonna say something, but I got distracted by the fact that apparently some of the humans that become these demonoids undergo fusion, and they can have fusion failures.
Yep.
And that's why we saw one guy that was like a kind of weird bony blob thing. He was like roar roar, and the doctor demon was like, "Hey, you knew the risks." Roar roar roar. And like, yeah, no, there's no reversing this, and it's just like, huh. So the fusion failures happen in setting, not just in the gameplay feature that can happen sometimes where things go wrong.
I mean, you
Instead of
can...
getting the.
Continue.
I was gonna say, like, you know, it makes sense as like a gameplay thing, but it's like I wasn't expecting it to happen in setting with like other people trying demon fusion, and then it going wrong. God, body of corpses behind this foot. Yeah, let's not get the implant to allow demons to suck out our neurons.
Oh, we do need to get disinfected.
Oh, disinfected, okay.
I wouldn't
That
trust
is
a
the-
walking, talking foot to disinfect me.
That is the god of toilets, after all.
Oh no.
He demands
Oh,
clean
no.
toilets.
Oh god. You know, how does this disinfection work if we're... You know, we're not in like a sealed room or anything, but we're like, oh, just go walk to the other one through the hallway, filled with demons that will try to kill you. And it's like, wait, how disinfected are we getting from this? Like,
That raises the question if the random battles happen to other people in this setting.
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's just constant gang wars in this world.
But people do seem like there's some normalcy. Like they see a carrot, like, oh, what's this clown doing here? Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Like, I get why there are random battles, it's just like, it feels like lore-wise, there just shouldn't be at this point. Like,
No.
you're in this world, and it's like eerie in its lack of them. But like, that wouldn't be as fun a game, I suppose.
Oh yeah, true.
Just taking out the whole battle system when you go to the alternative world, where like everyone's just like it's kind of settled into a very much post-apocalyptic but stable society. Like, no, stable only in the sense that like it's so bleak and horrible and there's only a handful of people left, but like, yeah. But then there's the equivalent of, oh, behind every billboard there's 100 raiders. And it's like, why haven't they rebuilt society? And it's, well, they don't want to, they want to raid the 10 people who have.
Hold on a second.
That's why New Vegas works.
Yeah,
it still
New
does have.
Vegas.
There's
Is it
a
more-
series called Myotome, and I'm not gonna go into like the details of this,
Oh,
but
I'm not gonna go into either.
there's a society of people that have formed a group which I can mentally always only refer to as the Bean Dad Society, which is an entire society based around like watching a child on crutches fall over and go, "No, child, you must get up on your own. I can't do this for you."
God.
You came to see him in
Yeah,
Aren't you a bold one? I like
and it's
you.
like,
Take this. It's a dog.
it's this weird thing of like a post-apocalyptic world. There's barely any people left, okay, and 90% of them are raiders that attack the settlement, okay, of like 10 people apiece. It's like,
You can't have an
how's that
all-raider society.
sustainable? Like,
Yeah.
you kinda can't.
You have to have, eventually, you have to have someone that does like crops or
Yeah.
something sustaining.
There has to be some way to actually get food, is the like most basic level of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, with that you get a couple of months of 90% the society are raiders, and then you get 90% the surviving society are people who are badly malnourished and barely capable of walking.
Yeah, it
Let
just
alone
makes it out
fighting.
like raiding is like the most optimal thing to do once you've banded together in a large group, when
it's
settling
not.
down is much more reasonable.
It's like, yeah, we've built a raider civilization based only on raiding other people, and it's like, well, no society in all of Earth's history has actually been able to sustain anything like that.
You have to
Like,
at
any
least
society
go
you
hunting
think of?
yourself.
Yeah, they go hunting, or they grow crops back home, in addition to, like,
Even
raiding
something
for,
like
yeah.
the Mongolian society went hunting and had cattle and stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, you don't, you just have, oh, well, we'll just raid the one town in this wasteland, and it's like, okay. There are 10 million raiders in the wasteland, and they're all raiding this town of 10 people.
Yeah. God.
Isekai'd into the world that's only raiders. You know, the depressing thing is I could imagine that, I can only imagine it being some kind of terrible series about a guy going to another world and teaching raiders about, like, factory farming and anarcho-capitalism.
Oh no.
I've been burned one too many times. It's no concept that won't be ruined by this fucking genre.
Oh no.
The real trick is to watch any show made before 2006.
No, I was about to argue with that, but basically most of the that's a relative reflect. Oh no.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Oh no. Yeah, I was gonna say most of the shows and anime I watch tend to be like older things. I mean, there are some things that I'm reading and like that I have watched that are like newer, but even then, it's like Kaiba, not Seto Kaiba, Kaiba the show came out in 2011, and I'm like, that's kind of the most modern thing I've watched in terms of like anime. Like, like I do mostly watch older things just because, like, oh, let me catch up with all the things I've heard about, but never had the chance to watch before.
We've on my podcast, we've tried so hard to not just be the guys that go, well, this show was made in the 90s, so we like it, and this show was made in 2015, so we don't like it. But it's really
There are good
hard,
modern
you know?
shows,
It's
okay?
really difficult, because the shows that were up from the 90s really are just better.
No, I remember reading something like I vaguely remember it, but it was talking about how like back in the day, you know, there weren't as many, you know, shows in production, so like as there are now. So like, you know, things, you know, there's only so many people working in the animation industry, you know, overall. But like now that there's more and more shows, it's like they're getting spread really thin, and like, you know, some people they immediately finish, you know, like there's only, you know, they're being spread like oh so thin, and there's only so much they can do, while also expecting to turn out like try to turn out like higher quality work. And it's like, I'm like, no, I can kind of believe that, of that being like one reason of why things, you know, some shows, modern shows are kind of like that.
I mean, you do have
And I mean, the
crunch
thing
in a lot
with-
of industries, so...
Isekai specifically is also, you have to think, who's writing these shows? Like, the first version of these is effectively written by what is an ex fanfic board online as some 17-year-old kid's first real attempt at long-form writing. You're effectively looking at a high-budget adaptation of the novelization of My Immortal, but for horny 16-year-old boys. You really have to temper your expectations what you're gonna get with that. And it's so immediately obvious when, like, an actual writer who writes other anime is writing one of these, because suddenly the quality at, like, a very base level of this show has a plot and a setup and, like, a premise goes way up.
It has a premise beyond, oh, someone has a smartphone in the fantasy world. It's like,
Yeah.
you have actual, like, okay, there are themes, there are ideas, there are, like, there's a
Yeah,
plot going on beyond,
those aren't-
oh, I just effortlessly crush all opponents with my modern knowledge.
Yeah, see, sometimes it's like, I'm just like, well, this show is awful, and I don't stand for its values, but it does have a plot where things happen, and, like, a villain, and gives the main character things to do, so I can't give it worse than a 5.
Yeah.
So, that's why we watch Digimon.
Yeah,
Digimon is
true.
mostly
Love
good,
Digimon.
yeah.
It's mostly
Love
good.
Digimon. It's
There's
mostly
another
good.
factor at play when you're talking about, oh, this is a show from the 90s, so we love it. It's the kind of thing where people go, oh, 80s music was great, 70s music was great, music of today doesn't stand up to it, and it's, no, the songs you remember are great. There's so much garbage music from those eras just got forgotten. People didn't bother like saving tapes of it, or people like don't go, oh, that was my favorite band. They just don't care. And it's like, yeah. Oh man, the Beatles were so good. Imagine being around in 1960. It's like, well, all the other bands around there are kind of sucky. That's why you remember them so much.
I mean, yeah,
like I'm
and-
exaggerating
I
for
mean, we are
comic
fairly
effect,
non-picky. I mean, we will watch. We have
In
on our
10 years,
grand
you're
document
gonna
of
say-
every isekai ever made,
Yeah.
every isekai, and we have watched stuff like Shojiko Romanesque Sammy Missing 99, the OVA that does not have, I think, a Blu-ray or DVD release from like
I know, you've got...
1989.
You're deliberately going out of your way to find every isekai you can, because you are a
Yes.
crazy person.
Well,
Affectionate?
well, I won't
Yeah.
deny that. I mean, one of the big reasons
Listen.
I'm doing this podcast is because I have a obsession with the fact to
Oh,
Oh,
you
you
got
got.
out there.
prove to myself that there's no such thing as a bad genre, and there's no such thing as
Yeah, you're a good
knowing the show is
guys.
bad before you watch at least one episode of it. So I
Yeah.
will give everything a chance. Which probably means after we're done with 100, we'll do something like we watch 100 Magic High School anime or 100 Death Game anime. Because that's,
Oh,
that's the
100
next
Death
most,
Game anime would be wild.
that's the next
Some
most like
complete
genres
garbage
I don't fucking gel with at all. But I hate myself, so I will force myself head first into a repelling magnetic force just
I
to
say
prove to
this
myself
as someone
that I
who's
can do it.
written like 15 Your Turn to Die fanfics in the last like 2 months or so, just because. Listen, I've had really bad insomnia, and apparently, like that's is something I got briefly obsessed with. It's complicated. Like, I sincerely believe we watch 100 Death Games will be like completely bonkers in the way that we watch 100 Isekai isn't even. Like in a different way.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
it's just there's only so much you can do with the setup, so the gimmicks get weirder.
I do think it's funny if we keep doing these that even if you watch 100 Death Games, I'd already have to like at least rewatch 1 or 2 of the isekai we've seen.
Yeah.
And if I did rewatch 100 Magic High School anime, I'd have to rewatch like 5 of
You
the
have to
shows or
watch
6
half
of
of
the
the
shows.
isekais, yeah.
Which would be
If you
funny
watch
in its
100
own
Magic High School shows, I hope you put in like My Hero Academia and stuff like that.
right. Oh, definitely.
Because
I
they
mean, I'm
are
just
the
gonna
same
fucking-
genre. Okay?
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna use the chance to talk about Irma again for 40 minutes, just to chill it on a podcast, and for no other reason. Just like, yeah, we're
Yeah.
all here anyway. It's really good. You should all go read it.
Yeah, Kitty's had to step away for the moment, so she won't be talking voice chat for a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, do that, Mahoka, what else is there? We have to talk about Familia of Zero again, but this time we can
Oh,
bring
God.
up that it's responsible personally for ruining all isekai.
Yeah, it kind of is, in a lot of ways.
Which
Like,
ruined
not solely, but
Familia
like...
of
has-
Zero is a series that is relatively old about a guy getting isekai as the servant familia of this girl in a magical high school in another world who is whatever you can imagine is everything people complain about the tsundere trope being of like
Yeah.
just extreme right physical abuse basically. And
Yeah.
it's something, alright, but the thing is, the big board that all the isekai come from, the board that they're all being written on, Shosetsuka Ninaro, was originally descended from a Familia of Zero fanfiction board. And a lot of the big authors were people that wrote Familia of Zero fanfiction that would then later go on to write the defining works of the modern incarnation of isekai.
Burrows.
So that's what we mean when we say Familia of Zero is directly responsible for ruining everything.
I will aid you.
Yeah. 'Cause in that sense, yes, that there are isekais that have had just as devastating an effect for different reasons. It's like, yeah.
You know, I also think it's funny how much I like Dot Hack in relative terms to something like Sword Art.
Dot Hack.
But the
How
funny
did Dot
thing
Hack
is,
age so well in comparison to everything else?
the funny thing is, Dot Hack and Sword Art Online were written around the same time.
Yeah.
Which makes me think of how extremely funny it would be to live in a universe where Sword Art Online anime got made in like 2004.
Yeah.
Dot Hack was like somehow the anti-Sword Art Online.
Yeah.
Dot Hack is like the closest these ever get to actually representing the video game playing experience.
Yeah, somehow it's a very accurate like MMO kind of experience.
Yeah, I love all the cutaways to everyone being really depressed outside of their MMO lives and going,
Yeah.
fuck it, I'm gonna play my video game again. And
It's
one
like,
of them just being a literal 12-year-old.
Oh yeah, there's just like you've got the kids, the person that can't leave their house. You've got the
Person that's,
depressed
like, in
like
extreme
video
marital
store
trouble.
manager. You've got like, and they're all legendary heroes in this other world because yeah.
Yeah.
It's like not a focus of it. It's like, oh, okay, this is actually weirdly accurate. But nowadays it's like
Tsubasa literally teleporting away, like leaving the voice call in the middle of conversations he doesn't want to deal with.
yeah.
Just like, whoops,
yeah, I've been
change
there.
servers. Blocked.
And I have actually had dreams before of like being able to block people in real life and just like leaving them as an indistinct blur. It's like, huh, that's a weird thing to dream about.
God.
I have too many skills. Yeah, me too.
I have too many skills? Question.
I have too many skills, such as shot put, calligraphy, and Masiodyne.
Oh. I'm stealing that.
I'm glad that I'm on stream. I'm usually cursed. Well, me and my co-host are usually cursed to make all our best jokes right before and after we start recording.
Listen, Isekai naming partially exists for us to go, oh wait, we're streaming, like we just made a great joke for this, let's post it. It's kind of the secondary chat of this stream. And which is really funny because it's a server that was intended to be so small it doesn't actually have a rules section and there's like 25 people in there now.
See, on other servers there's like a quote section for this, which is always an extremely curse trap, because something that's mildly inappropriate sounding in the context of a whole conversation can suddenly turn into the wildest shit you've ever seen, being like, why did they say this? What the hell? What's going on in there?
Yeah, Isekai naming is kind of like whenever we have anything words work as a joke like that, and we sometimes, like, we have them a lot, and it's just, oh, this came up enough, we should put this in a special channel, and then it just became its own server.
Had you ever had the experience of, on like beat for beat simultaneously making the exact same sentence long joke as someone word for word?
Yeah, that is always like, okay, that's when you know you got a winner, or you're just in the same wavelength as someone.
Extremely sharing the brain cell on that one then. It's just like, yeah. Clown to clown communication.
Yeah. Yeah. So, honestly, like, I should listen to more of We Watch 100 Isekai. I kind of got derailed a few episodes in, binging literally 200 episodes of the Magnus Archives.
Yeah, I get that feeling.
It got weird. It's like, I was in a weird mood these last few months, and that just happened to be, oh, my brain actually wants me to hear more of this.
The Magnus Archives is, excuse me if this is like funny or insulting sounding, something like a Welcome to Night Vale, right?
Kind of, yeah. It's anthology horror kind of. It's Welcome to Night Vale is more of the comedy version of that. This is like an archivist reading out spooky statements and like then like as a kind of like crypt keeper figure and then commenting on it, and the meta plot is like the archive where they collect all these weird occurrences. It's really interesting. Like there's a lot of like, because of the way that the universe works in it, like there's specific like categories of episodes that you quickly realize, oh, this is a meta episode, isn't it? Like something horrible is gonna happen, and it's like gonna involve like someone eating someone else, or like some gross meat thing, huh? Or this is an episode where someone ends up in a world of no other people, huh? Weird. Those are happening multiple times. Like there's a reason for all of this, and it's a really interesting reason when you get down to it. It just means that very funnily you get like people going, oh, I loved the spider episodes, but I hated the episodes with this other thing because I'm terrified of them. Yeah.
Personally, one of my biggest fears is being transported to another world that's exactly like. Shut up. That's exactly like this one, but all the languages are different and all the people are different.
Yep.
And I can't communicate with anyone, and no one and nothing I know is one for one here.
Yeah, see, there are episodes with that as a premise, and there are different takes on that kind of thing, and it's interesting. Like, it never feels like it gets stale, even when it revisits similar concepts. And it's kind of hard to do that for, like, a very long podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean...
Yeah.
Plenty of stuff that eventually gets, like, slightly repetitive. Just by virtue of being hundreds of episodes long.
Like, one of the conceits... Oh, sorry, James. I've talked way too long, please stop.
No, I was just gonna say, one of the voice actors for Magnus Archives is voice acting a game called Slay the Princess.
Oh. I wonder what you do in that game. But, jokes aside, time to look that up.
Do you want to go on?
Yeah, I've heard of this, but I'm also like... I'm not drawn to a thing just because it has one voice actor.
No one is around.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh, no.
It's here on the floor.
Cutscene.
Shall
It's
we get
like,
this over
that
with?
is... When people go, oh, there's an actor I like in this movie, I'm like, okay. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, that's a weird silhouette.
Hmm.
What?
Now face defeat.
I can't believe it. It's him, the digital devil.
But it doesn't
It's
matter.
a saga.
You're the intruders, right? Forget about the remote. I'm getting tired of killing.
We must return to our own world, and in order to do that, we require that the gate to the Expanse be opened.
So, in the end, it boils down to this. You want the remote so bad you're willing to fight me? Then I can't let you live.
I mean, if he said, okay, if you're going to fight me anyway, take it, then sure, but it's like, why even ask them?
Yeah. It's such a weird thing.
I am a sucker for, like... I'm fated to do this, so I must, though. Even though it is so stupid in a lot of cases.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, here like, I get what they were trying to go for, but it didn't quite land. Cause it's like, why not just let them open the Expanse? If
Yeah.
he's like tired of fighting, you know?
I'm
Like,
tired of fighting. I'm going to fight you anyway.
Yeah, like if there was some obligation he had to do or something, like, yeah, sure. But there isn't, or it isn't stated well enough.
Yeah, maybe it's like, oh, opening Expanse will kill him, but it doesn't seem like that's the case, so...
Oh wait, I think it is. It might be the case.
Oh no, he's getting weirdly into it.
Oh no.
I told you so.
Oh.
Hmm. Oh man, he made things weird.
Yeah.
Demon Lord is making things weird. Yeah.
Oh wow, we were able to unweirdify this by just being incredibly menacing.
I'll end it thus.
Yeah.
Also, I think well, there might have been like part
Demon
of the
Lord is being
prophecy.
horny on main.
Oh no. Part of the prophecy is like if the intruders get the remote, I must say emote.
If the intruders get the emote.
I mean, he is kind of just a giant floating emote.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things about the Magnus archives that makes it like more interesting to me than other like horror shows the same type is because each episode is like a statement from a person that they like gave to the archive. It's, you know, people are going to survive their statements. You, like, horrible things will happen to them and they'll like be, and I was never the same afterwards, but they won't just outright die, because a lot of times like, oh, that's just boring. Yeah.
Yeah, that is really neat.
So you do end up getting like recurring characters unless they die in someone else's statement, which happens a few times.
Seems to flip-flop on fighting and not winning the fight.
King Kenji, just make up your mind whether or not you want us to kill you. Like, are you into it or not?
God.
Like, it's fine if you're not, but like...
Take that.
Don't flip-flop.
Collapse Tau.
Feigning death? Can you call yourself the king of Tokyo?
Such preposterous lust for battle.
Was true. Do you know what Yamato really is? Damn those white.
Yeah. Kenji, you can't just say that.
Congratulations on completing the quest.
Tokyo Kingmaker.
I mean, to be fair, we didn't make a King of Tokyo. We just killed one.
Well, we're
Unless
helping someone else become the
Akira
king.
becomes the king, and then he just becomes a big face.
Oh, for his sake, he doesn't just become a face.
Spell attack, feign death, sneak attack.
Ominous question there,
Frieza.
Fafnir. Why you asking?
Yep.
Egg.
Egg.
No.
Yeah, I'm something of a gnome elemental
Here we are.
myself.
Something of a gnome elemental myself.
Objections?
Oh.
Old?
No, I need to.
Bad luck
Where
for
is
you
it?
to press
I'm
it.
something of a scientist
Give it to me.
myself.
What? But why? Oh, very well. Here.
Yep, we have to press the button. Also, we got a bunch of law points, like...
Dude,
Oh man, I
This
already have
game and
the
the
memes saved. Because, yeah. So what is this? Shin megami. Gnome. Is this gnome with a G, yeah?
Yeah. It's unrelated to Cheryl Gnome.
That's not what I was asking for. Give me a moment.
Fast white spreads as far as you can see. Walter and Jonathan are nowhere to be seen.
Your atom has brushed against
Oh,
two
white.
possible worlds.
Point white.
Chooses to preserve, and the possible world where one chooses to fight the stillness.
Technically, both of those.
Yeah?
You have sensed it. Even if you elect to preserve the world, if it does not align with God's will, it will be cast into destruction.
Kenji was kind of trying to preserve things.
Even if
Yeah?
you choose not to preserve the world,
Well, the Chaos Kenji, anyway.
inexorably down a path of self-destruction. Humans are but prisoners of God's expectations. But we know a way to escape God's grasp. Yes, we will simply turn all to nothing to begin with.
Because we lack forms, we entrust the choice to you who have shape. Release all of humanity from God's control and become the true Messiah.
Now, Messiah, the time of fate, the power is in your hands to save every being in every world. Will you turn the world to naught with your hands as the Messiah?
This is actually like the bad ending.
Yeah, this seems like the bad ending to just
This is the
literally
bad
destroy
place.
everything. Destroy
let's go for
literally
it.
everything. Yay, save states.
Kill literally everyone on Earth.
On all Earths. In all
But,
realities.
you know, you'll get to say, fuck you, God.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Dad. I'm not living in your house anymore. In fact, I'm burning the house down.
I love hearing their laughter. Like, you make this obviously bad choice, and they're like, nice. Good.
You have chosen poorly.
I have seen comments saying the white ending is the good ending, and I'm like, do you want to talk? Are you alright?
Yeah. God.
We created it.
Yamato was originally a particle accelerator that creates a black hole. Destroy Yamato's control device. Let it run amok. Have it swallow the entire universe.
Here we are. You know, I'm something of a gnome elemental myself.
Now, Messiah, lead us to nothingness.
Check out the music.
That's pretty good.
This encounter is a little unusual. I'll be supporting you. I get the feeling this is where we part ways, Master. Your target is the control device for the particle accelerator. I'll scan it to see if it has a defense mechanism. Scan complete. The target has no defenses at all. You should be able to destroy it just by attacking it normally.
Great.
Cool.
The Demon Lord has no defenses at all.
Yeah, this music.
Love how eerie it is. Thwack.
The target's damages are over 25%. Keep it up.
Enemy. I know mechanically it has to have enemy turn. That's just still funny.
The target's damages are over 50%. Not bad at all.
Thank you,
Yes.
Burrows, for assisting the destruction of literally everything with a
Thank you,
universe
Burrows.
eating black hole.
It's destroying all that ever has existed or will be.
but you know, God will be really mad about it. It'll be funny.
Master, you do
Wait, is this
understand what will
implying
happen once
that
the
like a
control
god
device is
won't be
destroyed,
destroyed in this?
Now what? That's a good question. Is God outside of just all realities in this
I would
game?
assume
I'm not
so, the
sure.
way they're talking about it, because it makes it sound like escaping from God's plan, not just killing God, but also killing
Oh God, then
everyone
what?
I'll back
else.
you up to the very end, so follow through on the path you chose.
Listen,
God,
you
Burroughs'
can't back down now.
dialogue
You need to destroy all creation.
also counts as a cyber enemy.
Ha, that's funny.
Yeah,
What is
Burroughs'
control device?
dialogue is really depressing here.
He's like, well, I hope you know what you're doing. You are gonna kill everyone.
The target's damages are over its permissible limits. Its safeguards are failing, and it's starting to go berserk. A black hole will form soon. Congratulations on completing your objective.
Won't you come and wash
away the God.
Oh, this is just the plan to kill God, isn't it?
We can pass into nothingness, where there will be no suffering or sorrow. All of this is thanks to the choice you made. You are the true Messiah.
You are the Shin Megami Tensei 4.
You know what means true resurrection
You are
of
the
goddess?
digital devil saga.
Kind of. Oh yeah, the true resurrection of the goddess.
Yeah.
Or the new resurrection of the goddess, too.
Oh yeah.
Yes. The eye opens.
Honestly, this is really great visuals.
Black hole sun, black hole sun, oh won't you come? I'm so glad we destroyed the universe.
We really showed God who's boss.
Objective show God is boss.
Oh, fellas, we really gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss the universe there.
Yeah. So, we've actually got the user roles Gaslighter, Gatekeeper, and Girl Boss. For complicated reasons.
Uh-huh, of course.
Okay, not complicated at all, because it's funny.
Well, yeah, naturally.
They don't actually do anything, it's just like...
Flame
Flynn turned the world into nothingness. Gained 50 experience.
World is completely free from agony and sorrow. Everything is gone.
It's triumphant credits music.
I was.
Hades rips apart the end credit screen.
Yeah? By saving your clear data, you can play in New Game Plus. You will also be able to select the Expert difficulty mode. James, you've already destroyed the universe, haven't you? I know.
I've already done this, and that's pretty much it for this session. We're at 4 hours, 9 minutes, so...
Yeah? God, can't wait until we see what happens if we don't obliterate all existence.
Yeah,
to
come
fight
back.
God?
Come back next time where we do the chaos route, because the other two wanted it.
Chaos. Chaos.
And then after that, law, and then after that, the neutral route.
Nice.
Anyway.
Hell yeah.
See you
Thanks
then.
for the stream.
Yeah. Thanks for streaming, James. And thanks for coming. Anybody that watched this, or, well, other people streaming here. Join us
Thanks for
next
coming,
time when we
everybody.
don't destroy the universe. I assume.
Yeah,
And
we're
sorry to everyone that does not care about Bleach or Naruto.
Honestly, like, we will just talk about them for hours if left unattended. At least it's not Harry Potter this time.
Oh god.
I mean,
Because I
that's
have
the
a
same.
lot to say about it.
I mean, that's pretty much the same problems as Naruto anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Except without, you know what? Except without being a jerk. That's definitely a big difference, but
Except for
yeah.
being without being an outspoken turf.
Oh no.
Well,
We don't
I
know.
mean, we
Sure.
don't know. Is the real
Honestly,
thing
if
here.
you don't know, good.
But yeah.
Anyway.